So good morning. Let me welcome you to the second day of our annual conference. We start with an academic session, so I think this is so that everybody wakes up with an academic session of very interesting papers. The title is Defining and Communicating the Monetary Policy Reaction Function in an Increasingly Complex Environment. And we have three outstanding academics, three very good papers, and I think we will enjoy that. Each of you has 15 minutes, and I have repeated I'm very strict about it. Vincenzo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for including my paper in the program. So basically, this is a paper about monetary policy rule and how these rules are perceived by financial markets. And moreover, we'll focus on how this perception about the response of the monetary policy towards inflation can affect the credibility of monetary policy. So, as you know, since 2021, almost all central banks increase interest rate. However, we know that when agents are forward-looking, what really matters for assess the monetary policy transmission is not only the actual level of interest rate, but also the path of interest rates, simply because agents are forward-looking, and also they want to internalize what is the commitment of the central bank to long-run inflation target. So in my talk today, basically, I will try to answer two questions. So the first is, has the financial market perception of the ECB's reaction function change over time? Second, to what extent does the perceived monetary policy responsiveness to inflation contribute to the ECB's credibility? In order to answer this question, I focus on high-frequency data in order to estimate the elasticity of the expected nominal interest rate to inflation expectation, which is captured by this parameter phi. Then, once I have these estimates, I can also calculate, if you want, the state contingent pass-through of short-term inflation expectation to long-run inflation expectation, in order to see how this pass-through change according to the level perceived, the aggressiveness of the monetary policy reaction towards inflation. Just to give you a preview of results, I find a significant sizable change in phi after the starting of the hiking cycle of ECB. Moreover, I find that the higher is phi, the lower is the pass-through from short-term inflation expectation to long-run inflation expectation. Okay, since this is an empirical paper, I want to simply describe the data that I used. So I used both financial-based and survey-based data on the euro area since 2005 to 2024. I have daily data for short-run expectation. In particular, I'm going to use for inflation expectation, inflation swap rates. For expecting nominal interest rate, I'm going to use overnight index swap rates. And I have also daily data for the forecast of GDP growth rate. This comes from the continuous consensus forecast. As to long-run expectation, I am focusing only on survey data, and here the horizon is a 6 to 10 year forecast of inflation, GDP growth rate, and 3-month Euribor rate from consensus economics. Maybe I can skip this. I mean, this is just the raw data that I use it. I'm serious. What I want to focus is this on this slide is also the motivational slide for my work. So if you look at the correlation between the overnight index swap, so the expected nominal interest rate and expected inflation, if you see the full sample here, there is a positive correlation between the two, right? But if we concentrate on the sub-period, we can see that in the period between 2020 and 2021, this correlation was, was positive, but was almost flat, right? Then, when expected inflation started to, goes above, 2%, also markets start to, to think, to price a different sensitivity, if you want, of expecting nominal interest rate change to to a unit of change in inflation expectation. In other words, you can see that the slope of this curve has changed. In particular, this is much steeper, and not only the slope, but also the intercept has changed, right? So this suggests that maybe a financial market have perceived a change in a monetary policy regime. In order to do this more formally, so I'm starting from a very standard Taylor rule, which is equation 1, which I is the nominal interest rate. Then I have this parameter rho, which is capture the inertial component in the rule. Then I have the long run interest rate. This is the inflation gap. This is the output gap. This is a monetary shock. Since I'm assuming that financial market perceived, that this is actually the central bank reaction function, this must hold, also in period k. So I can take expectation, and basically I can estimate this equation. And I'm going to focus on 1 year ahead as a short-term horizon. However, if I simply run a regression on this equation, this is a simple correlation. So I need some identification in order to have some result, some causation relation between inflation gap and interest rate. In order to do that, I'm focusing on the 3-day windows around the HICP inflation pressure release. And why I'm doing that? Because I find that in the data, there is much more volatility around these dates, both for inflation swap rates, but also for GDP growth rate. So this suggests basically that financial participants are really updating their expectation about inflation and GDP growth once they receive news, macroeconomic news. Because on those days, we have inflation news, but we have also GDP and unemployment rate news. Okay, so this is our, summarize the first estimation that I ran. So in the first column, there is an OLS estimation just on the 3 days window around the HICP inflation pressure release. On the second column, I estimate the forward-looking Taylor rule on the whole sample, and I'm using as instrument macroeconomic news. Just release, the surprises that are generated on, are calculated on HICP inflation pressure releases. And as you can see, basically the two approaches are quite similar, so they produce more or less the same results. What I want to check then in column 3, 4, and 5 is to see if the coefficients have changed over time. And here, basically, you can easily see that, for example, if I take column 4 and column 5, this is the coefficient attached to the inflation gap. We have that the coefficient in 2022, 2024 is at least 3 times as large as the coefficient in the period 2013, 2021. So this seems to suggest that some sort of structural change or regime change occurred. Another way to visualize these results is to run the same OLS regression, but using a rolling windows around the HICP flash release date. And here you see, the main results of the paper, basically, so that over the period in which policy rates were, close to the effective lower bound, and there was a period also in which asset purchases were implemented. So the inflation gap coefficient was very close to 0. When the ECB started actually to increase interest rate, which was here in this period here, so also the perceived aggressiveness towards inflation changed. And you'll see that the change was quite sizable, also significantly different from the previous period. I want to show also another result, which is related to the inertial coefficient, because, the two seems to be quite symmetric. So in the period in which the effective lower bound, policy rates were close to the effective lower bound, there was forward guidance. Also, the stickiness of nominal interest rate was quite high. It is quite intuitive, right? So because basically the ECB communicated that interest rate will be low for a very long period. But once the communication and also the action of the central bank changes, so when they start increasing interest rate, also the inertial coefficient change, actually reduced. And this, I argue, is in line, if you want, with a data-dependent meeting-by-meeting approach. So it seems to suggest that more volatility actually occur in this period. Okay, so once I have this estimate, what I can do is simply to calculate the pass-through from short-term to long-term inflation expectation, conditional on phi hat. In particular, what I'm doing here is to, this is on the left-hand side, is the daily change in 5-year inflation swap. As a short-term inflation expectation, I take the 1-year daily change in 1-year inflation swap. And here, for example, the beta coefficient is, if you want, the unconditional pass-through of from short-term to long-run inflation expectation. Then I have this other coefficient here, which is chi, which captures the interaction of my estimate coefficient times the change in a short-run inflation expectation. And what I find is that this coefficient is negative. So in other words, what happens is that when financial market perceive that the phi is high, also the pass-through is lower. And you can see this also in this picture here, in which on the horizontal axis, I have the quantile of the distribution of phi hat, and on vertical axis, I have the full pass-through from short-run to long-run inflation expectation. And you can see that when we are in the top bottom of the distribution, the pass-through is very close to 0. So this seems to suggest that when we are in this regime, basically the credibility, if you want, of the central bank to target a long-run inflation expectation is much higher than when we are, for example, in a bottom of the distribution. So, summing up, basically, I show you methods for testing the perceived shift in monetary policy rule. I find that after 2022, basically, there was a shift in the monetary aggressiveness on monetary policy toward inflation. And this perception also can affect the pass-through of the short-term inflation expectation to long-run inflation expectation. And this evidence seems to suggest that a more credible commitment also to long-run inflation target occurred in this period. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. So now we have 10 minutes for questions from the public or online. Julian, and then Jakob.
Very nice presentation and very nice paper. I have a quick question about the regression you run. If I read it correctly, you had a pi bar, right? So, and you were taking the difference to pi bar. So were you assuming that pi bar is equal to the target? And if you were to relax that assumption as, for example, some time-varying target as perhaps trying to capture the idea that when inflation started to increase, perhaps some market participants were a little bit skeptical that the central bank would be able to achieve its target. I don't know how the scope that you have to capture that type of mechanism. I know you did the last regression on the long-run expectation, but you were constraining, it seems, in the first regression, pi bar to be equal to 2%. So I was just wondering on, how to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Can I answer now?
Yeah,
okay.
sure.
So basically here in a baseline, I'm taking all long-run expectation from surveys. So this is the consensus forecast for long-run inflation expectation. But I also do the exercise in which I impose that, the pi bar is equal to 2%. But it doesn't seem to change, because these are, you can think this is, as a slow moving variable. So in that interval, that doesn't seem to matter a lot. So, yeah.
Okay, Jakob, please. Here. He was first. Sorry.
I have two questions. One is a small question about the coefficient of the output gap in your the last period that you estimate, because it seems to have the wrong sign, and it is still very significant. So what's the story there? And the second is, and I think a bit in line perhaps with yesterday's keynote speech by Professor Orphanides. You know, my perception of a central bank following a rule implies that you have a benchmark which provides you with the normal kind of policy rate, and then you can deviate from it if you have a good reason. But if that's the perception of a rule, right? How does your finding that the coefficients change so much over time should be interpreted? My interpretation, but it's challenging perhaps, is that, okay, there is no rule apparently, because if there's a rule, these coefficients should not change.
Okay, so first question, so I don't have here in slides but you're right. I mean, in the last period, the sign is negative. It seems to me like, you can interpret this as, some sort of supply shock were more relevant in this period. So, because also what I found is that if I look at the relationship between the output gap and inflation, and nominal interest rate expectation, I find a very strong negative relation also in the raw data. And this seems to be, that also related to the fact that basically forecasters, are assuming, because this is a one year ahead GDP forecast. So this is after COVID, they assume they are anticipating, a strong recovery from the COVID, and this seems to be quite important in the data. As your interpretation, so here, of course, I mean, this is the key assumption is that, this is not the actual rule. This is what financial market or financial participant believe. Or they perceive to be, the reaction function of monetary policy. And what I argue is that this belief can change over time. So it's not, this can depend on communication, but also, I think also the period in which we were the zero over bound, even if these are in terms of, we are talking about expectations, so somehow, the zero over bound should be less binding, if you want, when we talk about expectation. This seems to matter. And the idea is that I think is also very connected to the forward guidance, because when you provide an indication where the future path will be and will be low for long, this of course will gonna affect also what will be the future expectation about a reaction to inflation. So yeah.
Okay, the next question, please.
Athanasios Orphanides. Yes. Very interesting work on the data and the window you have outside the HICP announcements. I have two questions. One is associated with the difficulty of doing least squares regressions when you have an effective lower bound. And we know in the case of the ECB, it has changed. You had negative rates for a while, but still, for about a decade, you have the problem of the ECB might have wanted to lower the interest rate more than it could, and the dependent variable you have cannot capture that, which will lead to a bias in the estimates, including the response to inflation that is so critical for your analysis. And I wonder if you can tell whether the disappearance of a response to inflation for a while can be attributed just to the fact that the effective lower bound was in effect. I wonder it would be imperfect, but perhaps if you could, maybe you have already done it, check the analysis with shadow interest rates, as has been done in some of the studies, and see if that can deal with the problem. Again, I'm not aware of a good solution, but you could at least find out to what extent the coefficient you're looking at is biased. The other one that I think is interesting to follow, it would relate to the question that was just answered in the post and your answer, the forward guidance period. So if you check the period from, say, second half of 2021 to second half of 2022, the policy rate was unchanged, but inflation and inflation swaps were jumping through the roof. Can you identify if that period was a special period where you can say, yes, whatever the underlying policy rule that the ECB was following before and after, that was a special period when something went wrong, and that would be an example of deviations from the perceived policy rule. So I wonder if you looked at that period specifically.
Yeah, no, thank you for questions. So starting from the second one, because actually in that period, was a period in which real interest rates were negative. So, this is undebatable. So even if I take, forward-looking expectation, but they were negative. However, what I found is that when actually, the ECB communicate a normalization, we was in December 2021, something changed in a market perception, because is that actually the period in which I observe, a change in expecting nominal interest rate. But I agree with your point. So I don't want to say that in that case, in that period, the monetary policy was restricted. No, not at all. So it was still accommodative. But I see a change in financial market perception about what will be the future reaction function of the central bank. And I agree with you. The zero lower bound is clearly, an issue here in terms of identification. What I try to do, one goes back to my previous reply. So usually, zero lower bound should be, in principle, less binding when you talk about expectation, no? Somehow. The problem is that here was a very long period, and that's what forward guidance also comes in. And what I did is try to estimate also with a dummy. So this is also another way in which usually people try to tackle the issue of zero lower bound. And this seems to hold. So basically, I put a dummy in the period in which the interest rate was at zero lower bound. I didn't use actually the shadow interest rate. This could be something I can do. Another check that I did is this was also in the table. I split. I use a sub period. So I concentrate in the period in which the interest rate were not very close to the effective lower bound, and I found that more or less that the results are quite similar. So that means that what is really key, in other words, is it seems to be really a regime change when the interest rate goes to the zero lower bound. So this is really the switch. So when they enter in this regime, when they exit, and this seems to be really a key driver of these results. I don't have enough data actually on previous, before the global financial crisis. I also have some issue there for, liquidity premia, risk premia, because in that period I have inflation swap. But what I did also is try to use consensus forecast expectation also for inflation. And the period before the zero lower bound and after zero lower bound are comparable. So it doesn't seem to be, what is really different was the period, of unconventional monetary policy, when asset purchases program were implemented, forward guidance, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
We're kind of running out of time, but Frank has a question.
No, just to follow up, I think it would be good to actually do a formal test From your time-varying results, it looks like there's a zero lower bound where you would expect it to be close to zero. And then before and after is the same reaction coefficient. And so that it would be good to actually do that formal test.
Yeah.
And so there's nothing special about all of this. No, it's when you're at the lower bound, then of course interest rates cannot adjust. But when you're out of it, either before or after, you have a strong response. And if that's the same, it suggests that also the reaction function was the same.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Andriy. So, next presentation. Is it up?
I am delighted to be here and talk about central bank reaction functions in front of central bankers and monetary economists. One of the main reasons to estimate the policy rules is a search for better policy. In order to improve it, we need a clear empirical identification of what is going to be improved. We need a formal quantitative empirical identification of the current policy. Obviously, the policy interest rates are also of great interest for market participants. As a curious econometrician and outsider, I tried to mimic the Fed policy-making process as close as possible. In particular, I used the federal funds rate target as a measure of monetary policy instead of the effective federal funds rate. And I estimate the Fed, I use the FOMC meetings data frequency and estimate the Fed response to an information set available at each FOMC scheduled meeting, avoiding the distortions caused by time aggregation. Neither monthly nor quarterly interval matches a natural FOMC decision-making cycle. As you know, FOMC meets 8 times per year. Moreover, I try to accurately synchronize the FOMC decisions with the real-time data truly available to the policymakers at each policy meeting, rather than the latest currently available versions of the revised data. I address the discrete and censored nature of policy interest rates by using discrete-choice econometric model. During the last 4 decades, the Fed has been setting the policy interest rates in discrete increments of mostly 25 basis points, a quarter of a percentage point. Despite the regime switching behavior of central banks, the policy rules typically are estimated by using a single equation model that does not allow the central bank actions to be generated in different regimes, despite the wide use of regime switching approach in macroeconomics. So I propose a model that allows for switching among 3 latent policy regimes. Let's have a closer look at the data. These are the FOMC decisions made at scheduled meetings since 1987 until the end of 2018. Prior to 1989, the Fed changed the target rate by increments of 6.25 basis points. Since 1989, all Fed decisions, all changes were made in multiples of 25 basis points, and basically almost all Fed decisions since 1989 fall into 5 categories: 50 basis points, 25 basis points, cuts and hikes, and no changes. So with just very few exceptions for 75 basis point changes. So I classified these 250 FOMC decisions into 5 categories: large cut, small cut, no change, small hike, and large hike. Notice that about 70% of FOMC decisions are no change decision. Even before the zero lower bound, more than half of policy decisions were no change decisions at the scheduled FOMC meetings. The proposed regime switching model is actually a parsimonious version of finite mixture of audit-probit models with 3 latent regimes. At the bottom of this decision tree, you see the observed changes to the target rate: no change, cuts, and hikes. In the black box, there are 3 latent, only partially observed decisions, represented by 3 audit-probit latent equations. We have a regime decision, we have an outcome decision in the loose regime, and outcome decisions in the tight regime. The model allows the hikes and cuts to the rate to be generated by distinct processes. The cuts can be generated only in loose regime. The hikes can be generated only in the tight regime. But the no change decisions can be generated in all 3 regimes: loose, neutral, and tight. So in this empirical application to the Fed policy rule, the regime switching decision is driven by 2 variables. An indicator derived from the policy bias or balance of risk statement made at the previous FOMC meeting, which is equal to -1 if statement was tightening, 0 if statement was neutral, and -1 if the statement was easing. And the teal book, formerly green book, projection of the total number of new housing units started in the current quarter. It's well known as a leading indicator of economic strength actively monitored by the Fed. The outcome equations are driven by 2 forward-looking Taylor rule variables: the teal book projections of core PCE inflation rate and output gap for the next 4 quarters. So this is the result of the estimation for the entire period until the end of 2018. And the model clearly outperforms the single equation audit-probit and linear or less regression with the same 4 variables included. But let's see how this model performs out of sample. So I estimated this model for the period until the end of 2018, when target rate reached 0. And then I performed out of sample multi-step ahead forecast of the next 80 FOMC decision during the next 10 years. So these are without re-estimating the model. As you can see, the average forecasting error is about 5 basis points. If you compare the forecasting performance of the single equation audit-probit and linear regression, you can see that linear regression and audit-probit has forecasting error which is 3 or 4 times as large as the errors of the regime switching model. I also performed forecast with recursive re-estimation. So I added FOMC decision 1 by 1, re-estimated the model, forecasted the next decision, and I did this recursively. And the performance of the, in this case, performance of the single equation models, the forecasting errors are 2 times or 3 times as large as with the switching audit-probit model. Well, then I I also tried to further improve the performance of the policy rule, and instead of projection of the core CPI inflation, I used term spread between the one-year treasury rate and effective federal funds rate, which is commonly seen as a low-dimensional, market-based precursor of future inflation and economic activity. And the performance, so this is the estimation of the model when we have term spread instead of inflation rate. And let's see how it compares with the model with PCE inflation. As you see, in sample fit is much better for the model with term spread. Likelihood and information criteria are significantly better, and the forecasting error is smaller by 30%. This is the in-sample fit, again, until the end of 2008. And now let's see what happens if we do out-of-sample forecast for the next 10 years. Then performance with term spread, the forecasting error is 20% lower than with inflation rate. And if we do out-sample forecast with recursive re-estimation, the forecasting error with term spread is 10% less. So we actually able to forecast the FOMC decision during the zero lower bound and after the zero lower bound, just making average error of 3 basis points. Okay, the next step is going to be, since we know that this rule explains how the Fed reacts to information set, but it's not operational, it's not available for the public because the Tealbook projections are available with only 5 legs. So to make it operational for the public, the next step would be to estimate the policy rules for, until now using the publicly available data forecast made by SPF forecast, real-time data on the housing starts, and see how the policy rule with regime switching performs compared to the conventional single equation OLS and single equation discrete choice models. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
So we have time for questions. Who wants to start? Athanasios, here, please.
Thank you. Athanasios Orphanides. Very nice work, and clearly, since changes are 25 basis points and multiples of that, then discrete policy approach should work better, as you show. A couple of remarks and a question. So, remarks is that pre-1989, unfortunately, it's not quite the same regime because the FOMC was operating with a range, and sometimes they would just adjust the upper or the lower part of the range. This is why you get this 6.25 basis points changes. So maybe it may be more useful to start the estimation after the Thanksgiving turkey episode of 1989, which forced the committee to move to 25 basis points, clearly communicated policy changes. The question I have is, when you estimate this process, have you tried also the growth gap instead of the output gap, or alternatively, the projected change in the unemployment rate instead of the unemployment gap? So this is the difference between growth versus levels in policy rules with more parameters. Usually both matter, and it would be useful to see if within discrete choice model you can shed some light about the relative importance of the level gap versus the growth gap. This is one thing. The other thing is that it would clearly be fascinating if you did as the next step what you just suggested, taking the quarterly SPF projections that are available for the last 5 years. It would be fascinating to see if the Fed has been operating with the same policy rule, or we have this period of a couple of years when we have these massive deviations that were quite unusual. From historical data we have, because the SPF goes back to 1968, much like the Green Book projections go back to 1968, we know that the SPF median projections are very similar to the Green Book projections, so it would not introduce a whole lot of error if you used the SPF projections to do an analysis for the last 5 years.
Yeah, thank you, Francis. By the way, I'm very delighted to see you, because when I was a PhD student at the Fed more than 20 years ago, I started doing this research on, after reading your paper on policy rules using real-time data. And what you said, yeah, I just showed you just some results based on the FOMC data. Yes, I'm working now on Fed policy rules using publicly available data. First of all, SPF. Yeah, I'm aware of this data, and yes, indeed, the preliminary results that I got was very good. And are you talking about a growth gap? It's a change in the growth rate and change of the GDP?
It's a projected growth rate of GDP compared to potential output growth.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I will try that. And definitely, I'm looking at all available publicly available data, especially in the forward-looking context. First of all, SPF data is, yeah, I'm applying it. So yeah, I hope to have the next results for the International Association of, for the next meeting in Thessaloniki. I will present the results, hopefully with publicly available data till the end of, till 2024. Yeah.
Catherine, please.
Well, I have just 15 minutes. I showed you the summary of the results. The overall accuracy rate, the percentage of correct predictions. So I could show you also the scatter plot where you have predicted decisions and actual decisions across the time. But yeah. But you are right that prediction for the zero lower bound, the regime switching model immediately predicts zeros. So the neutral regime, which one of the three regimes of the regime switching model, immediately accommodates these no change decisions. When you do OLS regression, it takes some time until the OLS or single ordered probit learns that actually we observe zeros, zeros, and they just, this single equation model, they, after some period of time, they just switch to predicting zeros forever, because it makes better likelihood. But the regime switching model predicts zero immediately. And that's why the overall prediction during the zero lower bound is just incompatible. After the zero lower bound, the difference between regime switching and single equation model is not so huge, but still better. But during zero lower bound, yeah, it's the switching model. Basically, I think the prediction accuracy is 90% during the zero lower bound. which is not a big deal, of course. It was easy to predict 0 at that time.
Okay, Stefan Kerber again. One short question is, can you be a little bit more specific on the way you estimated the latent variable that governs the regime switching? Is it a Kalman filter or pure latent variable, or how do you estimate it?
This model is estimated just by maximum likelihood. The extended version of the model, where you have autoregression, when you have lagged dependent variable, cannot be estimated by maximum likelihood. Then I estimated it with Gibbs sampler using Bayesian methods. But this model is just, it's estimated by full maximum likelihood. It gives you the consistent estimates not only of the probabilities of observed changes, but also it gives you consistent estimates of the probabilities of all three regimes.
Okay. If there are no other questions, are there any online questions? No? Okay. Okay, so thank you very much.
So I should just press next?
Yep.
Ah, wonderful. Okay. Hello and welcome. Thank you very much for including me in this wonderful conference. This is a paper with my colleague Daniel Stempel from the University in Düsseldorf. And I was just told that I should keep the presentation as less technical as possible. I will try to do my best. But what we do in this paper here is we combine a DSGE model approach and a machine learning approach to answer the question whose inflation rate in the euro area matters most for a systematic policy rule by the ECB. Okay, let me give you, and I probably not have to tell you that inflation rates matter quite dramatically in the euro area, whether that's just not now the case. And here you see that in this on the right side, you see basically 20 shades of blue, where there are some countries having quite high inflation rates. Well, right now, for instance, Croatia, and other countries with rather low inflation rates, for instance, Italy right now. And it kind of raises the question how a monetary policy maker would react when there are both at the same time deflationary and inflationary pressures, but the only instrument available is conducted uniformly across all its members. And this might not be super relevant when when these differences are quite random. However, once we have countries that structurally deviate from the euro area, this might become a policy issue. That's where the paper starts to be. And so in the first part of the paper, what we do is we identify two country groups that structurally differ in their inflation volatility. And kind of show that in this graph here, that we have a group of countries. So in the graph you see on the left-hand side, the average inflation rate of member countries in times of high inflation rate, so whenever the inflation rate in the euro area is above 2%, and you see the opposite on the left side. And you see that there is a group of countries that whenever the inflation rate is above 2%, so we are in a high inflation rate, these countries are above that average. And whenever the inflation rate is below 2%, so we are in a low inflation rate, these countries are below the average. So on average, well, they have higher volatilities. And well, in particular, that's Greece, Ireland, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. And then we have the opposite. We have low volatility countries. So whenever the inflation rate is above the average, these are below. And whenever the inflation rate is below the average, these countries are above. And in particular, that's Austria, Germany, and the Netherlands. And so for the rest of this talk, I will focus only on these 8 countries, and I will refer to the subgroup of high volatility and low volatility. Now, we could ask, well, whose inflation rate matters more? Those of high volatility or low volatility? And I mean, a standard way to assess that would be an interest rate, a systematic interest rate rule, That's a very simple rule, in fact, where we only include deviation from deviation of the inflation rate from 2%. And if we just weigh both high and low volatility equal, we get this, wonderful, we get this OLS regression in the middle. And I know that you are drawn to look at the inflation response coefficient, which is absolutely fine. But I want to highlight, or I want to put your focus on the R square, which, remember, tells you how much variance this regression actually explains. There's 43%, so quite a good chunk. Now, the interesting thing is once we put more weight on high volatility countries, so we weigh their inflation rate disproportionately strong, this coefficient actually starts to increase. We can now explain, I think it's around 15 percentage points more of the underlying variation. Now, if we do the opposite exercise, we now focus on put disproportionate weight on low volatility countries, the coefficient shrinks. It doesn't shrink to 0, meaning that there is still quite a good amount of variation explained. However, it's definitely substantially and significantly lower than an equal weight. Now, the question that we are asking, therefore, is which weight is now accurately describing the historical EMU monetary policy rule? And given that this weight on high and low volatility countries potentially not fixed but rather flexible, most standard empirical estimation approaches will be quite difficult to catch that weight. And so we came up with we called it a data-driven solution because it sounds nice and fancy, but it's simply the following. We build a standard new Keynesian model, so a standard DSGE model with, well, we have later 3 monetary policy regimes. We have a regime that focuses on high volatility countries, a regime that puts equal weight on both country blocks, and a regime that focuses on low volatility countries. And we simply generate data from these 3 regimes. And what we then do is we train a machine learning model. We use that generated data and randomly sample from each of these regimes. And then whenever we ask a machine learning model, well, which of those 3 regimes do you think the current data actually stems from? And we can get a model to identify correctly 97% of the time. And then we are really happy. And instead of using the synthetic data, we then actually use actual EMU data and ask it, well, what do you think over the past 20 years in each quarter? What do you think is the current regime we are actually in? And we have two results. First, we find a biased weight on high volatility countries. And then we show that the ECB reacts more strongly to countries where the inflation rate deviates more strongly from their long-term trend. Okay, so this is the only slide on the methodology. So it's basically doing what I just told you. So we have a simple currency union, 2 countries, household sector, firm sector. You see no bells and whistles here. We have a monetary policy rule. It looks very standard, straightforward, with these 3 central bank regimes. We calibrate both. We calibrate the countries to correspond to these 8 countries that I showed you earlier. And then we simulate 10,000 periods for each of these 3 regimes. We get a bunch of macro data, so information on each consumption, information on the inflation rates, and so on. We split the data into 80-20 and an 80-20 ratio. We train the model on 80% of the data. We do out of sample forecasting on the remaining 20%. We evaluate and train everything. In our case, a neural network performs best. And then we use that to classify EMU data. That's it. Okay. Now, so these are the initial results. You will see that we will do some more stuff afterwards, but this is what this is, I think, probably the most interesting and relevant slide. Okay, so what do we find? Well, first, ignore the foreground, ignore the lines in the foreground, only look at the background. So what we did is we shaded the background on the weight that the neural network predicted. So whenever you see a dark shade, so in the beginning, for instance, this is when the neural network told us, well, I think that given the current data, the focus of the ECB has a neutral stance, so it put equal weight on both country blocks. If you look, whenever there is this medium shades, this is when our neural network predicted that the focus was on low volatility, on a low volatility country block, and for the remaining time, the focus was, or the weight that the neural network assigns, was on high volatility countries. And so you can immediately see that there seems to be a disproportionate emphasis on high volatility countries. Inflation rate is roughly 80% of the time. Now, when you spend as much time as we did, so clearly not possible in a 15-minute presentation, and you start looking at each of these individual deviations, you might start to see a pattern there. And I will just try to emphasize that. So let's, for instance, look at this regime switch towards low volatility countries, and that kind of starts when the deviation, or when the straight line is below the dotted line. Now, the straight line is the inflation rate of, or the deviation from a long-term trend, the inflation rate of the low volatility countries. And the dotted line is the same for the high volatility countries. And you see that the regime switch appears when there is a greater deviation for the low volatility countries, and the low volatility countries got the weight of the ECB. Oh, God. And that reverse roughly in 2011 when the deviation shifts to the high volatility countries. And that kind of stays the same for the next 7 or 8 years. And so we find anecdotal evidence that the ECB is simply reacting more strongly to greater deviations from inflation rate, which is a potential explanation for one, but very importantly, it's a potential confounder in the analysis that I just conducted. And so so just to clarify ideas here, if the ECB would actually react to individual deviations rather than aggregate ones, we would have a slightly more complicated reaction function, and ignore the math here. But what that reaction function would tell you is that whenever that there is a true weight on both country blocks, and whenever there is a deviation from the average, so meaning that one country has a greater, say, high inflation rate than the other country block, then there is the ECB shifts the weight towards this country block, meaning that, well, there is a true weight, but that true weight is the observed weight that we can observe is biased by this deviation behavior. And so the next thing we do is basically we refine our whole process so that we get weights in continuous time. So we want to have this large omega continuous time, so we can estimate the actual, we can estimate this latter equation, and we can get the true weight that the ECB plays on each of those two country blocks and estimate that. And let me ignore how we do that, but what we get once we have the weight in a continuous time is we get this density for the weight. And what you see is, so a weight of 1 would mean a weight on high volatility countries, weight of 0 would mean a weight on low volatility countries, and you see that on average the weight is, the observed weight is, I think, 0.67, so 67%. However, remember that this weight is biased. And so what we do then is we run a simple OLS regression where we have the deviations on the right-hand side and we have these observed weights on the left-hand side. And this gives us, I mean, this equation is basically the same as the one I just highlighted earlier. And the nice thing is that now we can interpret the constant as a non-changing weight over time, and we can have this second part of this regression as this change in weight, but not due to an inherent favorability towards certain countries, but simply due to the fact that these countries deviate from their long-term trend. So what would be our expectations? Well, we would have prior expectations that the ECB puts a weight of 0.5 on both country blocks, and that it indeed reacts more, at least given our anecdotal evidence earlier, it indeed reacts more stronger to greater deviations. And so we can run that regression. It's quite straightforward. What we find is, yes, indeed, let me start with the constant. Remember, we can interpret the constant as the true weight that the ECB puts, in this case, on the high volatility countries. It's 0.62. And remember that earlier I showed you the observed weight was 0.65. So around 5 percentage points can be explained by this change in loss function, but basically by this deviation behavior. So yes, indeed, we find the biased weight by about 12 percentage points, or we also find this deviation from inflation rate behavior. In the last column I just showed you that it doesn't matter for what we control for. We actually control for a bunch of more stuff. Our results remain rather the same. Okay, so here is a simple conclusion. We try to figure out whose inflation rate matters most for ECB monetary policy. We combine a DSGE model as a data generating process and machine learning model as the data receiving process, and then we use the stuff that the machine learning learned and feed it historical EMU data between 2004 and 2021. We find a disproportional emphasis on high volatility countries, but we also find that the ECB simply reacts more stronger to countries when their inflation rate deviation from the long-term trend is more substantial. With that, thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so we have time for questions. Jacob?
Jacob de Haan. There is an older literature on this issue, as you probably know. And the official ECB policy, of course, is that what happens with inflation in individual member states doesn't matter. What the ECB supposedly is doing is focus on the euro area inflation, right? And your results suggest, well, they don't. At least, you know, there is some bias in that sense, right? Initially, you started with several models showing weights of high versus low inflation. And what I was missing there was what I would consider the benchmark to compare your results with, namely a Taylor rule model where you take the euro area inflation instead of, you know, the high versus low volatility weights. Yes. So how would that model? I'm sure you did it. Yeah. How does that model compare to your other models with high versus low volatility weights?
Okay. So I'm not entirely sure to which, because there are several literatures that, but let me answer the Taylor rule question first. Yes, I mean, we run a Taylor rule. We run different Taylor rules. This one that I showed you is merely for didactic reasons, so I would not use that as actual evidence for differences in weights. For instance, as you correctly, I mean, I think I wrongly highlighted as an EMU Taylor rule, but anyway, so you're correct. I mean, there is lots of stuff missing, so an output gap and inertia and so things. We use that, it doesn't change the results. It just makes the presentation a little bit more demanding on why we think there might be different weights. Now, I have to say there is a caveat in there. We run that only on 8 countries because, well, then we can shift the weight. We can't run that on 20 countries because we would have to, I mean, for instance, Croatia would have a really weird weight of 0 and then just appearing in the last moment, which would, I mean, that would clearly bias our results because then we would have this, So we run that only for these 8 countries, and there we have Taylor rule. We have a Taylor rule there. We didn't run that for all 20 member countries and the average there. because at least we haven't properly figured out how we can then get the coefficient on the explained variation, a proper interpretation of that value. But I would not place too much emphasis on this first Taylor rule-ish regression. On the literature, so we run a hell lot of robustness tests, both from political economy explanations to others, expectations and what have you. And we found that whatever we throw into this final regression, the two coefficients that are really interesting for us, the constant and the inflation response, they remain constant. So at least we couldn't figure out another way to explain the results.
Thank you. Ernest?
Thank you very much for this extremely interesting presentation. I'm trying to interpret it and assess it from a policy perspective, and I'm really interested in your view on this. So, does your paper suggest that the ECB has a bias towards what is going on in Mediterranean countries, if I may say so? Or, alternatively, might such nonlinear reaction function, as I interpret it, be welfare optimal if also the cost of deviation from the inflation target is nonlinear?
Yes, yes to the second part. So neither Daniel nor me are legal experts. As far as, so we try to figure out, as far as we can tell, that loss function that I showed you earlier is consistent with the ECB mandate. So first that. So the deviation part, I think, is not generally an issue. Because we can't explain the whole bias with that, so this bias remains, and there might just be stuff that we haven't controlled for. But I'm very worried to say that the ECB is biased towards Mediterranean countries. I can only tell you that from our regression, we can't remove the last 12 percentage points. So this is, but potentially, I mean, there might just be. Take it as you want to interpret.
Okay. Any other questions? Alex.
Hi. I understand that you had to brush over the technical side of your paper, but what I still haven't figured out is why do you use artificial data to train your machine learning, and why don't you just run just a basic Bayesian estimations and give you the change in regimes and the change in bias of the ECB?
So that would work for the first part of the paper, but as far as I understand, it would work not as well on the second part when you get the continuous weights. So yeah, that's kind of the answer. So the first part, yes, you could just use regime switching. I mean, that's
exactly.
Yeah. On the continuous weight, I think that would introduce quite some head scraping, so at least on my part.
Okay, so that's why you have to train on this artificial time series, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, there's a question in the back.
Michael Steiner, University of Graz. I have a very simple question. So there is this bias towards higher volatility countries. Is this good or bad? What are the consequences of this bias?
So we remain agnostic in the paper. And my answer will be as agnostic as I can phrase it. Actually, I don't know. As I said, I mean, we honestly tried a lot to reduce the bias as much as possible. We then went to literature of political econ literature that suggests that, say, composition in boards matter. Doesn't matter for us. So it doesn't seem to be a bias that is driven by, in this case, the overrepresentation of high volatility countries. So yeah, we're trying still to figure out how to explain the last 12 percentage points, and I'm happy if anyone can come up with a better answer than us, because I don't truly believe, as I said, that's the result, but I don't think there is this inherent, true, heterogeneous weight on countries in the ECB Council, but maybe you can ask around and you find different answers on that. I don't know.
I was hoping Frank says something.
No, I was just wondering, one interpretation is that the information content of the sort of the more volatile countries is for aggregate inflation is higher than the information content in inflation rates and maybe other variables for low volatility countries. I was wondering, does your methodology allow for such an interpretation or not?
No, that's a very good question. I don't think so. We can only observe the reaction, and that's, at least on the top of my mind, I cannot come up with an empirical test that would test this prediction. I wrote it down, and once we can come up with an idea, it will definitely be part of the paper, because I like that explanation very much.
Is there an online question?
I have an online question from Ariel Schubert. Any suggestions what drives the ECB reaction, e.g. role of the country of the president and/or chief economist?
Yes, so we tried that. So initially, actually, this paper was an policy, so it went into the direction of whether the distribution within the council made a difference, and we found that it does. It does so long until we add the explanation that I showed you, and then everything else becomes insignificant. So we checked whether the distribution matters. We checked whether the presidency, we had basically, there's very little variation in presidency, of course. We checked on individual roles within the ECB Council, and we couldn't find an explanation for that kind of behavior that we do. So we tested, as far as I can tell, on these roughly 200 observations, on these 80 observations, as much as we can, and what really stuck is the final explanation that we could come up with. But yeah, so we tested that definitely. Thank you.
If there is no other question, then Ennis can ask again.
You can hear.
I can hear you, and I can repeat it.
Yeah, okay. My question is quite simple. To what extent might your result have been driven by the really prolonged period of post-GFC sovereign debt recession, a period which affected southern countries much more and during a very protracted period, also with low inflation rates, so that the ECB actually had to react because of the consistent undershooting against the inflation target?
So Matthias Trabant asked a very similar question just earlier this week, and last week, and I wanted to check that over the weekend, and I didn't find time. So we will definitely do, basically, we can just train models separately over both periods and then just see whether that changed the results. What we definitely do is we use shadow rates to emulate the effective or monetary policy at the effective floor bound. But right now, we just bunch the whole periods together. So I can't tell you whether there is heterogeneous behavior across these two. But now that I talk about it, what we have is this extreme weight during the effective floor bound period. So that might actually go into the direction that I think you're thinking, where part of that weight is basically, it might be driven by the confounding, it might be confounded basically by the post-financial crisis period. But yeah, we will definitely test that. I really like the idea. Thank you.
Okay, and there's one last question from Vincenzo.
So, actually, it's quite related to the previous one. So, have you tried to see if, the right tail or the left tail of the distribution matter for your results? I mean, maybe the reaction could be asymmetric if, the volatility stems, more from the right tail than on the left tail. I think it's related also to the previous question.
That's a good question. No, we have not tested that. But that's something that we can do quite straightforward. We have the distribution.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is. Definitely will do that. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, there's one question in the back.
Juan Ángel Garcia from the ECB. I just wanted to point out, on your interpretation, it's very difficult to talk. My position is at the ECB, so I'm a bit biased against this argument of the bias. But there is something, you can check, because what is important is the flow of information before making the monetary policy decision. So along the lines of what Vincenzo was doing, you have access to the flash estimates for certain countries ahead of the euro area flash estimate. And there you can see that, for example, Italian and Spanish CPI surprises, sometimes reveal a lot of information about the information about what euro area-wide inflation, could be. So
yes.
This varies a lot from time to time, but you can look at these surprises and then see if your periods of different reactions only coincide, with extraordinary surprises, from those countries.
That is I don't have a good answer on that, because we will definitely, this is something I will definitely test. So we include expectations in one regression, doesn't matter, the at least expectations. And what we then have is, realized versus expected, which I think goes into that direction. But yes, I will definitely test that explanation. I will come to you, because I'm not sure where I get these flash estimates. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Some people are still moving in, but I think we can start. Welcome back to a very challenging session dealing with a topic we didn't know it existed 1.5 years ago, and it offers me the possibility to make a remark. As you know, everywhere we go, we have a lot of risk management. You have this risk board here, risk board there, this and that. They warn us of many risks, but I'm not aware that anybody of this risk board has warned of the risk that if we change monetary policy from this accommodating policy towards a policy of increasing interest rate, we would end up with a mismatch of our asset liability side. And this is something, how to say, not to explore why this is happening, we don't do that, but what challenges awaits us. So welcome to a session in which we deal with the question whether central banks, as they are, still can deliver on its mandate, and we'll work through this question in two question series. The first series is dealing with some of the more, plumbing part of it, but it has important consequences for monetary policy. The second part is then dealing with the question, does it matter that we make deficits? This is the more intuitive political question, which is even harder to answer, at least from what I know there. So let me welcome this panel, what we have here, and it is also in this order I will then ask the questions to start out with. We have here Sarah Bell, he's the head of the central banking studies at the Bank for International Settlement. And in this role, she is also the head of the Secretariat of Central Bank Governance Group, a forum that exchanges of views among central bank governors on matters relating to the design and operation of institutions. So one of the experts, we should be able to answer the question. To the right, so the second we'll ask is Ashok Bhatia, his special advisor in the Office of Management Director of the IMF. And the conference he attends in his capacity course of an IMF paper last year on the profit and losses of the US system and its top 5 national banks. And he returned after some stands in Europe, where he represented, was the director of the IMF office in Brussels and Paris. Then we move on, woman, man, woman, with Vasco. She's an economist specializing in the areas of banking, corporate finance, and macroeconomics. She's currently also professor of finance, the Pace Business School, and the CEPR Research Fellow. Previously, she was a professor of finance at Lancaster University and at Tilburg. Welcome as well. And last but not least, we give Dirk Bröders, the opportunity to wrap up everything at the end always and say the contrary, what everything else was said, or at news. He's senior financial risk manager at the Financial Market Division of the Nationalbank and a full professor of finance at the School of Business Economics at Maastricht University. So you see a very high-level panel to ask to answer which question. Let me start out with my first question, which has 3 interrelated elements on the mechanics of money creation. So currently, we have some central banks in the euro area making losses because of the monetary asset portfolio, we know this, and less interest on the remunerations of the reserves. This poses, of course, a negative drag on the capacity and might, for some, like the OeNB, lead to negative capital. Now, a negative capital is a position on the asset side. Now, will this dampen the reduction of our liquidity on the liability side there? One question. The second one's a little bit of a plumbing. Moreover, in the future, the effective lower bound becomes binding again, and if central banks have to intervene again, what does this mean? Does this mean we'll end up in continuous deficit there, or is there a possibility we'll become positive and will end up at the end of the day with a positive for equity, or will we end up in a negative equity for the time being? And the last part of it, the last question is, and not everybody needs to answer all the questions. For this reason, I read them out here. If and as central banks are exposed to a permanent and high deficits, how are they doing it? Like the Austrian bank. So if we have deficits, so we need to pay for it. What are we doing? Well, we use the ANFA framework to create money. But if we create money, we means that we finance our negative equity capital with money creation. If this happens in many or all countries, what does it mean then with regard to inflation? Are there possibilities then to stabilize what we do on the one hand side with other measures there? So 3 questions about some of the plumbing of economics there without going into the detail. And if I'm allowed to, Sarah, if you want to start out.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be here. Really appreciate it. So I should add the caveat, of course, that I don't speak on behalf of the BIS, but I will share a more generalized international perspective than maybe a more European-specific one that some of the other panelists might offer. So just to briefly cover the first part of the question on whether it matters if the pace of reduction in excess reserves is dampened by negative capital. I think the key question really to consider is whether that would affect a central bank's ability to implement monetary policy. So, we know that there's several reasons that have been articulated by policymakers why they might want to keep a buffer of excess reserves before reaching this inflection point where the supply of excess reserves crosses the steep part of the demand curve. But there's a lot we don't know about where that might happen, partly because of our blurred understanding of banks' underlying demand for liquidity or because of uneven distribution of reserves in the system. So among these kind of reasons, I think it's important to go carefully, or as my boss at the BIS likes to say, go slow because we're in a hurry. And I think of these reasons to be careful, negative capital, impacting the pace of reduction of excess reserves is probably not the biggest concern that we have, or the biggest thing to be cautious around. So moving on to the second part of the question, I think it's helpful to kind of twist the question a little bit and ask, if we are in a spiral, how do we know that we're in one, and what does that look like? And I think one way to think about this is to differentiate the impact of the COVID response and that episode of asset purchases from prior episodes of asset purchases, and to consider the counterfactual of this condition of, if central banks have to intervene with APPs regularly, what does that look like? So first, differentiating the COVID response from the prior episodes, I think if COVID had never happened, for example, would central banks be facing these losses, and would we be asking about a spiral? I think probably not. So probably this situation we're in reflects this particular circumstances of the COVID response more than APPs in a general sense. Or alternatively, as Athanasios discussed yesterday, if there had been earlier tightening, perhaps we wouldn't have seen inflation go as high, we wouldn't have been facing losses. So there's lots of counterfactuals to consider, I think, in terms of where we're at now and what it means for the future. So what would it look like if we get into a situation where central banks do need to make asset purchases more regularly? I mean, I can think of maybe two types of scenarios. So one is that crises become more frequent and crisis response become more frequent. Maybe that's for geopolitical reasons, or maybe there's another pandemic or something like that. I think that kind of scenario analysis probably goes beyond the scope of this panel. But I will say, I think if that's the world we're facing, we want central banks to be able to take on the risks that no one else is taking, and we want them to do that with this fiscal backing, which has come up throughout the sessions yesterday and today. So then another situation, another scenario is if there's a need for easing at the effective lower bound. And so then I think the question is whether or not central banks are sort of stuck in a hole because of the COVID response that they can't get out of. And so even if future purchase programs are smaller or smaller scale or with less severe circumstances. But I don't think this is the case, because I think for most of these, and here we're talking about advanced economy central banks that are facing negative equity because of asset purchases, they will eventually be able to earn their way out. And Ashok has done a lot of scenario analysis for Europe in particular on this. But there are some caveats around that. There are some that may need to receive some capital injections. And then I think there's a question of the long-term financing model for central banks, which brings me, I think, to the third part of the question around the persistence of negative equity, which at its heart, I think, it's tied very much to expectations of future central bank seniorage income and central bank structural profitability. So, as we know, as long as the net present value of future revenues, which is mainly from seniorage, are large enough to compensate for current and projected losses, then it's fine. And so for many central banks in the US and the Euro area, I think cash usage is strong, and seniorage income streams are not a near-term concern. But there are other central banks for whom seniorage is in decline as cash usage is declining quite dramatically. And I think those central banks will have more difficulty and might need to evaluate alternative income sources now and in the medium term. That could be CBDC, as was discussed yesterday. It could be fees. But in any case, this is something that probably all central banks need to be thinking about, either now or in the longer term. So I'll stop there and let others have a go.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. How to say, well defended. I'm sure, how to say, there may be different views on it. Do you have a different view or do you agree what has been said?
Broadly, I agree. I feel this defense will probably continue through the panel. But as the governor kindly noted, I'm here mostly because I co-authored a paper last summer, the title of which was Raising Rates with a Large Balance Sheet, the Eurosystem's Net Income and its Fiscal Implications. So I'll come back to it in a minute, but really the key thing there is the large balance sheet. This is not the first time we've seen rate hikes. Yes, it was the sharpest series of hikes in the history of the Eurosystem, but it's the large balance sheet that is putting us in territory we haven't been in before. So in that paper, we found that, I'll focus on the Eurosystem. We found that the Eurosystem is not on some sort of path of exploding losses that would cause alarm. Yes, the losses are large, very significant. We published in July, we closed our calculations in March last year. So yes, things have changed since then, but based on the assumptions we laid out in the paper then, we estimated cumulative losses for the Eurosystem in the 2 years, 2023-24, at about 55 billion euros, about something like 0.5% of euro area GDP. So, a very material amount. People have compared it to the size of the EU budget and so on. But importantly, we find that the Eurosystem as a whole returns to profit around 2025. And according to our projections, and we took a 10-year horizon, the losses would be fully recouped by around 2027. I'm completely open to the suggestion that we underestimated the losses. Indeed, there is a case for rerunning. Many moving parts. We assumed no reinvestment, full reinvestment of PEP open-endedly, because that was the announced policy at the time. We assumed a peak deposit facility rate of 3.5. By September, it was at 4. So yes, the numbers may be worse than what we have in the paper. But that was the easy part. The easy part is, you estimate roughly what the interest outflow will be on the trillions in reserves that were created. You make some estimates of what you get by way of a churn through asset reinvestment and organic growth of currency in circulation, and you come up with numbers for the Eurosystem as a whole. The difficult part for us was to then try to divide this, to have a look specifically at the top 5 national central banks of the euro area, because that was a journey that really took us to understand how the Eurosystem divides things up. And the rules are in the public domain, but they are not sort of straightforwardly explained anywhere. So we did do that. Lots of interesting little details discovered along the way. So for example, when the Banca d'Italia buys an Italian bond from a seller in Germany, it is creating base money in Germany. And this then, it must sort of compensate the Bundesbank by paying on its target 2 balance, net liability. Just an example of the sort of things, the moving parts within the Eurosystem machinery. So we found very different results for different NCBs. The Bundesbank had the weakest results of the top 5 for us, with cumulative losses peaking at something like 1.2% of German GDP. In 2025. That's an amount that exceeds its general provisions and capital and reserves, so indeed negative capital though not negative equity if you also consider the revaluation reserves. But, you know, we can debate whether or not negative capital matters, but what is quite clear is the Bundesbank may be looking at a decade or more of zero dividends to the German government, and that's real. I shouldn't go on too long. I think in the second part we'll discuss whether, you know, we'll sort of zoom in more on policy recommendations. But I would just say, fundamental to all of this is how large a balance sheet does one want to run? And that in turn ties into things like the operational framework. Does one want to be in a floor, as seems to be the consensus nowadays, or to venture back into a corridor system, whether one wants to remunerate reserve requirements, whether one wants to raise reserve requirements, faster QT. The key to us is that, you know, this should not allow, this should not muddy the pursuit of the primary objective, you know. And just a last word to tee up for round two. Patrick Honohan said memorably last year, economists are unanimous that central bank losses don't matter. Practitioners are unanimous that they do. Or as my friend David Marsh said last year, this is an awful lot of work for something that doesn't matter at all. So we'll come back to it.
Thanks a lot. That's a very, how to say, pertinent remarks at the end there. But for my get so far, well, what we had before was an exception. Yeah, we don't get COVID all the time. So this created lots of it, but once we get rid of it, the future looks bright. And what you had in your estimates there, yes, there are some problems ahead, but they are manageable. So this is what I get here. Now, moving here from now to a little bit the academic side there now, coming from the banking system. And also what I didn't mention is advisory, she's a member also of the advisory scientific committee of the ESRB board, which I attacked indirectly there. So is my attack justified, or did you always know about it? And was this on the radar screen? And so what is your take on this? Okay.
Thank you. Well, my expertise in this come mostly from some work I have been doing with co-authors in the past years. This has come out, has been published last year on central banks accounting profitability or losses. And basically, we were worried a few years back when we were seeing the size of bank balance sheets increasing and its composition changing to have more risk in it than we were traditionally used to. And basically, we tried to go into the data and try to tease out if we could see whether that could potentially expose central banks to problems in the future if you had some sort of supply-side shock, as it did materialize later, that will generate losses. We were trying to understand from the data, are central banks averse to losses, and does that matter for the conduct of monetary policy and the effectiveness of monetary policy? So my understanding is that in theory, it shouldn't matter, right? So the accounting profits and profitability shouldn't matter. So I take from where you ended. In principle, it shouldn't matter. But in practice, there may be frictions in place, which relates to the follow-up questions, whether that be the perceptions of the public, whether it would be political pressure, whatever. There could be sort of what we call frictions that may create a preference for a positive, for a profit rather than a loss. If such preference exists, then if you put it in a standard model, that would lead to a deviation in policy. And so what we have done in this paper is we collected data from many central banks around the world over a long period of time to try to tell from the data whether there is such a preference for, or if you want, there is an aversion towards reporting an accounting loss. And if that somehow matters for policy. So If one looks at the data, it's very clear that there is an aversion towards losses. So central banks do not like to report losses. If you create the distribution of central bank profits around the world, you can see a very strong discontinuity at the zero threshold. So, and that discontinuity varies systematically with both incentives and ability to manage reported earnings. Now, more importantly, the last part of the paper is looking into, okay, and I can go later on what factors may correlate with this aversion towards accounting losses. And we also look into the negative equity, but very few central banks around the world up to our sample period had negative equity. So there was not enough power to get any significant result there. But when it comes to policy, what we find is that the tendency to have a preference for profits as opposed to a loss is not independent of monetary policy or policy outcomes. The results we find are not suggesting that necessarily is causal, like that changing changing the policy. It could be the other way around. And so let me explain that. So if a central bank has on its balance sheet assets that could potentially, if interest rates increase, lead to losses, and the central bank, for whatever behavioral, whatever frictions it's facing, does not want the losses, it may be slow to raise interest rates, and that could lead to an inflationary pressure. But the other way around could also happen, that the central bank who maybe their inflation rates are higher, they will not want at that moment to also report losses because the pressure will be stronger. So in the data, what we find is central banks, there is a discontinuity in inflation outcomes around zero. So central banks who are in the profit region do have systematically higher inflation rates. And that is on average or relative to their stated target or relative to the IMF forecast projections of inflation rate in the same year. And we also find, using a Taylor rule, that central banks in the small profit region are systematically maintaining lower interest rates than what the Taylor rule would predict. So this is the evidence, but the evidence can go both ways. The interpretation doesn't necessarily mean that they change policy. It could be they are more concerned about accounting losses when they are further away from their target. I could go on later on which frictions may be creating this.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Dirk, now over to you. You're a risk manager. So one of the risks to manage now is your boss, Klaus Knot, said that the estimates of the IMF is much too low because they ignored a number of things there. Do you share this view?
Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the invitation. Let me give you my personal views, not of the Eurosystem. Indeed, so my perspective is on risk management. I have quite a few papers out there on internet that you can find. To read my personal views, I think there's also a short SUERF policy paper on that. Before I answer your question, so the gist of my view is central bank capital is public money that can also be used for hospitals and roads. So it should be used in a very good way for society. And so negative capital also means that's a public deficit. So it's really important for society to manage this and also to manage the risks around central bank capital. Now, there's always this mystique, so a central bank cannot technically default, at least as long as it has the right to issue a legal tender in its own currency. But my risk management perspective is that central banks do need capital to absorb risks. And we see increasingly that central banks take upon risks in times of crisis on their balance sheets. So what I write with colleagues in these papers, that from a risk management perspective, you should anticipate, or you could anticipate, that your mandate leads to future risk taking. So not all risks are already there on the balance sheet, but if there's a new crisis, the mandate requires central banks to absorb these risks on its balance sheet that no other institution or organization or company or financial institution will take during a crisis. So sort of prepare for that. And that's actually what we did at the Dutch Central Bank, which is most familiar to me. We start thinking, okay, what could happen in an extreme but plausible scenario now that we are in these asset purchase programs. And so we used part of the profits, because initially QE is profitable. We used some of the profits to accrue additional provisions in capital. Now, of course, and added to that is, so there's no technical default, but central banks can default on their promises to provide price stability. And so from a policy insolvency perspective, I believe that central bank capital is important. Now, I think the IMF study was great, so it opened a lot of discussion on this. I think Klaas Knot mentioned that, or I think he referred to that back. Since then, a lot has happened. And it is very volatile. So our projections are really interest rate sensitive. So if there's a small change in future interest rate expectations, it has a huge impact on central bank capital. Now, one of your questions has to do with so what is the impact, or what are the secondary effects of negative capital? And I think there is indeed, as Sarah also said, a small impact on the balance sheet. But I think in the bigger scheme of things that are going on, like normalization, it has a relatively small effect, especially in a world of abundant liquidity. Then on the other question, so I think in retrospective, we lived through a very extreme scenario with a pandemic, with a war, and not in every future scenario will be this extreme, I would say. And underlying, I would say central banks are profitable because of seniorage. So in all the projections that we have made, we always see that in the long term, profitability, the underlying profitability is strong enough to regain full capital. But obviously this is very uncertain. So the world is uncertain. There will be new crises. There will be new interventions by central banks coming from the geopolitical uncertainties and the economic uncertainties ahead of us. Not only that, also external developments like climate change, loss of biodiversity, will necessitate new monetary responses. And also CBDC, I think that's indeed what we discussed yesterday, potentially can have a huge impact on the profitability of central banks' balance sheets. So that's maybe my first set of remarks.
Thanks a lot. What I get from here is no problem. There may be some hiccups that we can all solve it, so the future looks bright. Let me challenge this view a little bit. The first thing is, we don't know what ASTA is doing, but if it remains low, then the need to use unconventional monetary policy will re-emerge. And this unconventional monetary policy, in whatever form it takes place, will bring us back again to a situation what we have now, not perhaps to the same extent, because the dynamic there, but we have it there. The second part of it has to do with the question of seigniorage. Yes, sir, with the reduction of cash, this is lost. Yes, seigniorage in the future may increase, but other forms of payment will stay on which don't use necessarily CBDC. So the base will be quite likely be reduced. So taking both together, it suggests that the financial situation of central banks will, be reduced compared to what they were before. And looking now what kind of major policies we could introduce. In the past, they were not be very helpful with regard to the central bank's profit and loss accounts there. And as a result of it, your optimism seems to be a little bit, for me, overestimated what may happen. In particular, if and as one comes to the question of, currently we have few or not many banks that have a negative capital, because we have, and I think I alluded to it at the beginning, we had different reserve levels there. Some banks had small, some had large. But also the larger ones will be diminished, and then it's not only becoming positive, then to re-increase the reserve there also won't have the same level as in the past. So, but it looks like you stick to it. Some additional challenges to me, or you say, okay, maybe, but at the end of the day, we will come up with some positive results, so we don't have to worry to it, or do you see a need to think about alternative revenues? You alluded to it, alternative revenues, but if and as our central bank starts to use ANFR to use the money in order to invest internationally, using the ANFR framework also is money creation. So in this case, you also have a pressure from this side as well. And the possibility to make a lot of money, given how to say how ANFR has to be used to compensate the European Central Bank are not small. Some additional ideas before we go to the monetary policy part, which becomes then the reputational part. Any future, any other ideas you want to bring to the table? Or is this all my invention that how to say, I see many more challenges than opportunities to get back to sustainable financing of central banks?
I can have a go, sure.
Yes, please do so, Sarah.
I don't think it's maybe so much a question of whether the challenges outweigh the optimism, as it is a question of timing in some sense. So this, I alluded to this question of the long-term financing model for central banks being something quite important that central banks do need to take seriously. Some need to take it seriously very soon, and we all know the central banks that are sort of facing that challenge where cash is declining quite significantly, Sweden, New Zealand, and so there I think it's a question of what is that for many decades central banks have had this structural profitability because of seigniorage income. That can no longer be taken for granted. So what's an alternative way of achieving structural profitability? Governors have hypothesized things around fee income for supervision responsibilities or other things like that. CBDC is the obvious one as well, as an alternative to private sector digital money. But so there's lots of options on the table that need to be considered carefully. I mean, under no circumstances do I think central banks should get into the mandate of profitability. They're not hedge funds. They're not. They should never be. So I think it's not profitability for profitability's sake. It's structural profitability is important to maintain in the very, very long run, but that has to be consistent with central banks' mandates.
Okay. Yes, please, Azure.
Maintain the same order. Let me double down even more on the side of the purists, right? If the IMF does not argue the economic truth, which is that central bank net income doesn't really matter, because of the uniqueness of central banks as issuers of the legal tender, then who will? So we stay in that economist world. I think I also forgot my disclaimer in my first round, but I'm not speaking for the fund or my current office. I'm speaking as a co-author of this paper. That said, the policy lines we formulated did become the IMF's policy lines for the euro area. We argued, I mean, there's 3 models out there for dealing with losses. The Riksbank model, which is, central bank goes to parliament, asks for recapitalization and gets it. The Bank of England model, which is a standing indemnity. And then the Federal Reserve model, which is you have an accounting item, you accumulate the losses, you unwind it later when you make profits. We thought the third was most appropriate for the euro area. You could, again, test me if one was in a situation of exploding losses, would I say something different? And if losses and profits simply don't matter, does it follow that every central bank governor should have a corporate jet? So yes, it is public money on some level. But the key thing really is, to us, the confidence in the currency is what matters. And that is a function of delivering on the primary mandate. And that means to not be distracted by any, to allow your policies to be colored by some desire to pursue some sort of profit objective. And it becomes interesting because, subsequent to our paper, we had various little things happening in the euro area. I mean, the 1% required reserves became unremunerated. Some national central banks decided to no longer remunerate government deposits. The announcement on required reserve remuneration introduced a sort of new word into the vocabulary, the efficiency of monetary policy, which I think was to be read as a nod to this profit and loss dimension. I have worried that this euro system might choose not to do outright sales of securities simply because that would realize valuation losses. So, one doesn't, there are clearly risks. So on some level this matters, but it matters if we let it.
Okay, well, this was clear. How to say, don't worry. Stay on your mandate, the rest is unimportant. From a risk perspective, you agree with that? How to say, this is how to go ahead, whatever high the carried forward accumulations are. This was what you said there. The third part, the third approach, like the Fed does, bringing it forward, wouldn't matter. Albeit there may be the need to change one of the provisions in EU law, which states explicitly, how to say that at the end of the day, one should become positive, so one has to go back, in principle, unless it's changed, to the Mr. Finance or Parliament to ask for topping up. So your model may apply to the US, but in the current European rules, I don't think it's consistent with, if my assessment or my reading is correct.
Shall I go?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so maybe to respond a little bit. So first of all, I don't think we should relax. So I think the world is really uncertain. One of the consequences of the huge losses that will take an awful lot of time before we come into a positive territory. And during this long period of time, there will be new shocks to the economy, for sure. We don't know which types of shock or etc., but there will be new shocks where central banks will have to intervene. I think I also write papers on uncertainty and risk management. So typically these are events which are not in our models. And I think there are other tools that we should use in risk management to anticipate that a little bit more. But still then the base scenario is in the very long term. I think you really need to stress the models to not return to full capitalization. But as I said, there are huge uncertainties that will intervene with this, like geopolitical uncertainties, climate change, and CBDC are the main drivers that will have an impact on central bank profitability going forward. Using ANFA, or investments, is just a risk-return trade-off. So there's no free lunch there. It's just a matter of, are you willing to accept the risks when these investments lead to negative returns? As opposed to senior rich, because that is sort of a monopoly that central banks have and that they can use for their advantage. I think a scenario in which many central banks will have a very long period of negative equity from an economic perspective seems rather extreme to me. So this will mean that the term structure will be flat or inverse. It will mean that we have deflation risk rather than inflation risk. And that would actually mean that central banks are not able to deliver on their primary mandate. I don't think that's a very likely scenario, economically speaking. And I think we all aware that central banks should not print money to resolve deficits. And so in the end, as I presented yesterday, it's what you negotiate or agree upon with the shareholders, or typically the government. Either you do it immediately, cash transfer in the central bank, or you create this deferred assets, which means that the shareholder is willing to forgo for a very long time, in, for instance, the case of the Netherlands, future dividends. And so in the Netherlands, that is acceptable. So the Ministry of Finance, at least the previous one, was willing to accept that. But I can imagine that in other countries or jurisdictions that might lead to difficult discussions.
Okay, thanks. Then let us turn quickly to the second round, because it was partly answered, only because I would like to open up a bit of discussion. So currently, as I said, it doesn't look like there will be a major pressure on profitability. But if it were to be, should it worry central bank about being capable of delivering on its mandate? Because number one, it has to do that in the past, the central banks have been a provider of income for the Minister of Finance. And for the time being, it doesn't look like. In addition, not only it doesn't look like that we will be able to offer the money over the next number of years. In addition, there may be the need, according to some rules, to go back and ask for money for recapitalization in the Euro part of it. Does this create a pressure on the independence of banks, central banks, to deliver on its mandate, so that the governments are able to put pressure, to exert pressure, or should we also ignore this one because central banks can't come under pressure? Let's move for, in the alternative round. You start and then we move up here very quickly.
Okay, yes, so indeed. So at the point where it really comes to recapitalization, you will have to open discussions with the Ministry of Finance, with Parliament, with the government on how to do that. And I think that's a territory that you ideally want to avoid the central banks, because then it's, the politicians want to see something in return. And I think...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Was quick and to the point. You agree?
Actually, I can offer the opposite view here. So if capital is negative and no dividends are coming in the foreseeable future, it may actually increase independence, because there is small changes in current policy will have little effect on what the government can expect. So it's not obvious to me what the direction can be. Yeah.
Assuming that you can run constant deficits and
Correct.
you're not obliged
and that rests back to, in fact, that rests back to, as long as the central bank has a monopoly in the supply of money, and at the same time, I mean, we've seen in the data from our analysis that the accounting rules that allow smoothing the budget constraint intertemporary by building reserves and so on, that really help in reducing incentives. But they don't exhaust everything. There are other frictions beyond the accounting rules, so they go a long way, but there are, in the data and practice, there are other frictions, whether they are political or behavioral, that people perceive a negative number, that something went wrong, and therefore they see it negatively, interpreted negatively. So yeah, accounting rules help a lot, but they're not the end of the story.
Okay.
So I'll quote my panelists and say, it will matter for central bank independence if we let it. I think that was a great phrase. So I'll repeat it, but I think, you know, this question, it's whether needing that financial support is used as a lever to influence policy. And I don't think needing a recapitalization, if that's the framework a central bank has, or a deferred asset, if that's the framework a central bank has, would jeopardize independence unless it's used to influence policy. So how can you avoid this? I'll highlight a couple ways. I think one is to avoid having to do it too frequently. If you're a central bank that needs recapitalization, I think probably it's better to do it every 50 years than every 5 years. But you know, I don't think there's an exact right number there. But obviously the fiscal backing is there for a reason, because even for central banks that hold capital, it's probably impossible to have enough capital for all states of the world in all time. And so the other aspect I'd highlight is sort of to make it as automatic as possible. So the rules of the game are clear, and you know, whether it's the deferred asset approach or the recap approach, the more moving parts there are, the more risk there is that could jeopardize independence or lead to some kind of negotiation. So having that clear framework, clear accounting rules for both distributions to the fiscal authority and recapitalization, I think are the key there.
So recently, I have been mischievously suggesting within the IMF that one could almost view central bank losses as a measure of independence, right? I mean, a central bank that was truly worried about losses presumably would raise rates less, would be more distracted from its primary mandate. So, you know, there's something not unhealthy about these losses, but that was really just an aside. I think the key issue, again, is balance sheet size, you know, and there are real moving parts here. I think one need, you know, the ECB has been more adventurous than the Fed and the Bank of England in that it is countenancing the possibility of going back to a corridor system. Narrow corridor, could be widened later. But that's an important statement. It means they're willing to face the kink in the supply curve, you know. But I mean, I must be honest with myself. If 8 years of QE has put us in this situation, it does mean we're going to have a more animated discussion if we have to go back into QE again, you know. And many things in play. One may want to, within the Eurosystem, revisit the risk sharing and profit sharing on bonds bought. And just one other thing, you know, in the realm of what is actually real for monetary policy, let me give you one illustration. The central bank does 5 trillion euros in QE. Half of what it buys is from non-banks. So it has not only created 5 trillion in reserves, it's also created 2.5 trillion in bank deposits. You now have a very liquid banking system, which does not need to compete for deposits. It has enough. So the central bank raises rates by hundreds of basis points. The overnight deposit rate doesn't budge. Transmission issue, issue of, you know, the poor man or woman who cannot afford to put his savings in term deposits is hit hardest. So, you know, there are lots of interesting questions around this, and I think there, you know, on the other side, one could argue that there's something stability enhancing about a system where, as you raise rates, the central bank gives a lot of interest income to the banks, just as they're going into a phase where their asset quality may deteriorate. So one has to have a proper pros and cons discussion. My own view is there are cases for a much smaller balance sheet where more stability on the P&L side is just a sort of desirable added plus.
Thanks a lot. This last part was important because it was a little bit missing that as we talk about the operational framework, the question is under what circumstances is which framework more supporting of having a a positive balance sheet or not. And I think you alluded to it, and this is something what we have not discussed it in depth even at the central bank. And I'm not aware that there's a lot of not conceptual but also quantitative literature out there to make an assessment under what circumstances, what regime is better, which will have a bearing on our discussion we'll have over the next 2 years, I would assume. So, with this, sir, we have this part finished here. I would like now to open it up. Who's the hands up there first? David, please.
Well, thank you, David Marsh. A fascinating discussion, and I think a tribute to your bank, Robert, that you put on a discussion like this, like the Nationalbank did also in April. I do think that the secret to this is transparency and talking about it. That said, I think the panel has been a bit complacent here, and Ashok, you were kind enough to say that maybe there are some underestimates in your paper. Of course, you have made a rod for the back of the IMF, not necessarily for yourself, by doing this superb piece of work, because there will have to be a follow-up. And as you say, the estimates will no doubt be a bit more perturbing because interest rates have remained high. I think your point is absolutely right. This actually showed the independence of central banks up to a point, because they're going ahead with a fairly strict monetary policy, even though it's raising losses. I would like to simply point out what Isabel Schnabel said in November 2021, where she said we can't possibly put up interest rates at this stage before we've ended asset purchases, because we would be making losses. So there's unfortunately in the literature now a statement by a leading central banker saying that losses do influence monetary policy. And she now admits that she shouldn't have said that, or at least she shouldn't have said it in a way that people might have read it. The one question I'd like to put is the role of gold. Now, when Joachim Nagel from the Bundesbank said in end of February, don't worry, we're not going to have negative equity because we've got these gold reserves, and we would not think even for a nanosecond of selling any gold. The gold price went up 10% in the weeks afterwards. So is gold going to be, if you like, the secret ally that will come to the rescue of at least some central banks, the ones who've been sensible enough not to sell any?
Thanks for the question. I will suggest that we collect a few questions together, make different views, because they allow a dialogue, not only a Q&A session. Ewald, assume.
Thank you. I'm glad that we have this discussion here. Perhaps first a bit of a historical perspective. In the years, let's say, 60s, 70s, 80s, central bank losses occurred mainly if there was an appreciation of the currency of the central bank. So when the D-Mark appreciated against the dollar, of course, this had the effect that the losses, that the Deutsche Bundesbank had huge losses with regard to the currency reserves in dollar. We have the same situation in the Czech Republic, where they, also in Slovakia, where they have appreciation of their currency, and this created losses. This is the permanent problem of the Swiss central bank. So this means that, and it's a strong indication that central bank losses in itself is a meaningless concept. It's always the macroeconomic perspective that you have to look at. So therefore, I think we should not really get in the wrong direction by comparing this with commercial banks. There is one element that would be a big mistake. If there would be a legal obligation to recapitalize a central bank in the case of negative capital. And this is, for instance, what we have, unfortunately, in Sweden. It is economic nonsense, but this really is then the danger for the independence of central bank, because then the central bank has to start negotiations with the Ministry of Finance. But we do not have this absurd regulation anywhere else. We don't have it in Germany, or we didn't have it in Germany, we don't have it in Czech Republic, and they're working with a negative capital was no problem. So this is not a minute. there is one point, and Robert, you mentioned this frequently, and I think this is very important. Of course, central bank policy may have some distributional perspectives, and this is with regard, for just now, the remuneration of bank deposits with the central bank. And where and a large part of the losses that central banks have now is due to this remuneration. And this means, of course, de facto a transfer, or you could say a subsidy, a public subsidy to the banking sector. This is something where one should have a very critical view, and therefore I think as better sooner than later, one should reduce this deposit rate, and therefore also give room for a rejuvenation of the money markets. But this is a specific aspect that is not relevant in general macroeconomically.
Thanks a lot, Everett. Before I give the floor to somebody else, just on this one, yes, the subsidy, I also have this argument, but more recently, people made some comments there. Ways of looking at this, there are additional revenues, but the banks have additional expenditures. I couldn't follow this argumentation, but it has been raised. If somebody could elaborate on it, this would be important. But the other part, what you said, you have this regulation about going back to the government in order to balance your negative equity. My take is also in European regulation, there's the sentence that the encouragement, not a clear request that, yes, you can for a little bit have a negative equity, but at the end of the day, you have to go back and ask for to recapitalize. So just somebody knowing the law, the legal basis better if they could answer to that. Mr. Knapp.
Thank you very much for this extremely interesting and important discussion. I have 3 short points. The first one is I sense some inconsistency, logical inconsistency among the panel's prevailing views. There are 2 views. The first one is losses, negative capital, do not matter for independence and for policy. Vaso, you were the exception to this line of argument. And the other view is central banks should have provisions to recover from losses, get recapitalized, structurally make profits. Sarah, you made this point, and I think also Dirk. So how to square this? Why would the second statement be true if the first one were true? My second point is very interesting overview by Sarah and Ashok of the different provisions regarding recapitalization among central banks worldwide. Now, the question is, okay, why is there the Swedish model, the Bank of England model, and the Fed model? What does it depend on? What is now the better? Is it history dependence? Is it totally arbitrary? Don't legislators not do what they are doing, not know what they are doing? Why are there these different traditions and regulations on the same issue? And my third point is, should structural profitability of central banks inform the choice of future operational frameworks? Now, I'm not saying it should be the prime driver, but let's say if there are 2 different operational frameworks which are equally good for achieving the mandate of price stability, should the central bank then choose that operational framework which is better for central bank profits structurally? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have now enough of questions. Not everybody should answer everything, but let's move in this round now. Okay, good.
Fantastic questions on logic. I'll come to those. I associate myself more with the gentleman at the back than with David's argument that gold may be the savior, but he would have known that. I think Ernst is really raising interesting questions. I think the answer is as follows. losses, central bank losses, central bank capital doesn't matter. But this is not intuitive, right? It really comes back to central banks being a unique animal. And to fully grasp that, the difference between a central bank and a commercial bank is not easy. So in a world of the ignorant, one does have the risk of pressure, right? You know, a central bank that has spent decades telling its government to be fiscally responsible is now exposed because, you know, it can be accused of having bled and been irresponsible itself. This is not true, but it is something that may well be said. What does one do? One tries to take the politics out of it to the extent possible. No, you don't want to go for recapitalization. That makes headlines. No, you don't want to go for money every year. Some people think that's the best solution. I would argue that makes headlines too. So sort of the truest solution to the reality of these losses not mattering is the one where you do nothing. And by the way, if, you know, I mentioned the dividend interruption. There's a period of loss making, there's a period of recoupment, and then you resume dividends. At what level do you want your recouping and replenishing your provisions and capital? To what level? I mean, that's a question that is fair enough to answer. I would say it's good if you have enough that, you know, in plausible scenarios, you don't have to have an outright interruption of dividends. But that could mean fairly large buffers, you know. So I like that you pointed it out. I'm just trying to answer it.
Okay. So thank you to the gentleman in the back for bringing up the history there. We actually have a BIS working paper coming out, I think today, that references this historical evidence indicating that a negative equity position can be fully consistent with preserving the trust in money. I think, you know, you mentioned the problem of the SNB, as you put it, but of course this is a feature and not a bug in some sense of the situation. I think with regard to the Swedish example, perhaps the problem isn't so much the need to recapitalize as the need for negotiation to recapitalize. I think that's a really important difference. And of course there's some, I mean, you know, they just got a new law very recently, and the provisions there for recapitalization were not fully clear, and of course had never been used before until now. So that complicates things. And in terms of the inconsistency, I think I fully agree with your explanation. Losses don't matter because of the fiscal backing, and the way that fiscal backing manifests itself can be in these different ways, these different structures that you describe. So that's not so much inconsistent as it is a corollary, perhaps. And that it's important to preserve the trust in money, that people know that the central bank does have that implicit or explicit fiscal backing when they need it at the end of the day. And yeah, the operational framework question, I think central banks should choose the operational framework that they think best supports their policy objectives, full stop. I think it's probably, virtually impossible to say that they're equally able to do that. You can argue which one is able to do it better, and reasonable people can have that debate, but I think probably to reach the conclusion that they're both equally able to achieve it is unlikely. So I think profitability should be a very, very, very distant second in that consideration.
I might even go a step further. I'm not sure it's fundamentally about fiscal backing. It's fundamentally about policy credibility. Stop.
Just so going back to slightly different, but at the end the same conclusion in a sense. So in theory, losses or negative capital should not matter. Okay, in practice and in the data, it does. Okay, so that's what I can tell personally. So then the question is, what should you do? Okay, and I think that depends on whether you think it's even possible that you the central bank can be insulated by whatever frictions make it in practice to matter. Yeah? So it depends on whether you think this is realistic, that you are going to be able to insulate the central bank from all these frictions. Historically, the data suggests that we haven't been able to insulate central banks. So I do think, though, that in principle they shouldn't matter, and we shouldn't let it. And so maybe the best way to do that will be to recognize that they will be in practice used, or the frictions are present, and then set up from the beginning a different sharing, because eventually the central bank's engaging in whatever operations and occur these losses for a reason which effectively is a fiscal responsibility in a sense. So maybe that's the way. Recognizing it from the beginning is the best way, and setting up the operations in such a way that is recognized.
Dirk, you have the last word.
Okay. Thank you. A couple of points that will address many of the questions, or at least my views on that. So I think there's, first of all, a limit to independence. And so central banks are not fully independent. And so governors are sometimes appointed by politicians or by the government. The central bank is accountable to parliament. At least the Dutch central bank goes every now and then to parliament to explain, for instance, the risks of non-conventional monetary policy. We also disclose quite a lot on that in our annual report. There is an annual letter going to the Parliament and the Ministry of Finance, and also to public, on the implications of monetary policy for central bank finances. And I think transparency is key. So, as I said, so I'm most familiar with the Dutch central bank. We announced via a public letter in September 2 years ago that rising interest rates will have a huge impact on our losses, on our capital. I think this was well taken also by journalists in the Netherlands. And I think transparency can help a lot. So risk management for me is also sometimes like communication. So we're like a communication department writing letters for the governor to the Ministry of Finance. So we have to explain very well the implications of monetary policy, that we do it for the greater good, that we have a specific role in times of crisis that involves more risk-taking, etc. I think we are glad that gold is there. We use gold for the very extreme scenario that we need to reintroduce a new currency. So I think we would be reluctant to use it to absorb losses from other operations. Actually, it would also not be possible in the current setting without selling gold. So the accounting rules prevent that. So my view is central bank capital is important. It's sort of an insurance against political interference. And my last point would be to look from an ex-ante perspective on how much capital and provisions you should have. So it's much easier to retain profits when you make profits than to do it after a shock when you have losses, and because then it will take a very long time to become profitable again and to retain all the profits needed to recoup capital.
Thanks a lot. I think it is a topic which we started a discourse on, and I claim it won't be the last time we discuss the topic. Also because I see a number of still outstanding queries, at least from my side. For example, when you said, Ashok, well, our central banks can have, negative equity, doesn't matter there. For me, central banks and the fisc are economical units separated for reasons of governance. But even if you separate them, the losses of one are the benefits for the other way around. So for me, they still hold, and this needs to be respected. The other part, I'm also surprised that for me, the question is, we moved from a system in which interest rate was the main instrument for monetary policy to something of unconventional interest rate. So has to do with our star. And the question is whether this change in which we're in is totally innocuous for looking at our profits and loss accounts. My take is it is not. Others say it has weakened the position there, which in my view has consequences then how to deal with it. But these and other questions we won't be solving even if we talk until midnight. We don't have midnight in front of us, but midday, and it's time to have lunch. And enjoy your lunch. It is served behind you. Thanks a lot, and I give a hand to this great panel. Thank you. Bonjour François, tu es là? Tu m'écoutes?
Ja, ja. Guten Tag, Robert.
Hallo, begrüße dich.
Ja.
This was an introduction to something which is part of my presentation to present François Villeroy-de-Galhau. We only had 2 brilliant sessions this morning, and I'm happy now to introduce a great colleague, friend and fellow central banker, François Villeroy-de-Galhau. He's now in his second term as the French governor, and also since 2022, he presides also of the Bank of International Settlements, so he's the head of the Supervisory Council, which is currently now in charge of finding a successor of the current General Manager, Augustin. He has been a main actor in shaping European monetary policy with his knowledge and intelligence, and we have the pleasure here to have him here. Would have loved to have him here in person, but it's greater that our electronic opportunities allows us to bring him here in full form here. He's not only a sharp thinker, but an excellent central banker, and he's very crucial in this changing world of central banks to guide us with inspiration, but also with a lot of knowledge and experience there. And so I'm happy, François, to have you here, that you could join us today. And as always, for the reason of compliance, as you have seen, we share a lot of things there. The one is the mutual interest in the other languages. François de Galhau speaks very well German, and how to say, so when we speak, we always alternate between French and German, and in order to make us our language work. The other thing is his residency is in Saarland, and since I happened to be once professor in Saarland, how to say, the link to this country university is also in common, and I think we are all both Europeans who believe very much into this important task there. So with this small introduction for a big François de Galhau, François, the floor is yours. Bitte, du kannst auswählen zwischen Deutsch, Englisch und Französisch, aber ich glaube, Englisch wird die Sprache sein, der du dich zuwenden sollst. Bitte.
Also, liebe Robert und liebe Freunde, vielen Dank für deine netten Wörter. Du hast es erwähnt, wir sind nicht nur Kollegen, wir sind auch befreundet. Und das ist wirklich ein Spaß. Also ich könnte auf Deutsch sprechen, ich könnte vielleicht auf Saarländisch sprechen, aber das wäre noch schwerer über die Geldpolitik. Ich werde vielleicht, du sprichst perfekt Französisch, ich versuche auch Deutsch zu sprechen, but I will speak in English today. And about this fascinating topic you chose for this conference, obviously central banks operate in a fast-moving environment, be it from a technological, economic or geopolitical standpoint, and this indeed gives rise to opportunities and challenges for the central bank of the future. As an independent central banker, I will obviously abstain, I say it from the start, from any political comment today. And we know we have a very moving environment in Europe and in France in this regard. But I would like to focus on two aspects that are in fact correlated as we stand between economic soft landing, this will be my first point, and growing public expectations. And there is a link between the two of them. Let me start with an economic soft landing, which we didn't achieve yet, but which is in sight. We are gradually emerging from the inflationary crisis that has affected our economies and fellow citizens since this ugly Russian invasion of Ukraine. Inflation peaked at 10.6% in the euro area in October 22. It has since receded to 2.6% in last May. Then comes the question, what is responsible for this fall in inflation? Obviously, there is a reversal of the initial supply shocks. But monetary policy played its role. It could be fashionable to say this is only by luck. Monetary policy did not have any contribution. It's wrong. According to our own calculation, monetary policy has contributed up to 2% inflation avoided this year along two channels. The first one is a traditional one, dampening credit and demand. And the second one belongs more to modern monetary policy, keeping inflation expectations sufficiently well anchored. Monthly figures will be volatile this year, due largely to base effects, especially on energy prices. So we will, of course, continue to monitor actual inflation data, in particular those on services, but we will look still more closely at the inflation outlook, all the more since we have regained more confidence in our models and forecasting tools, and there were limited changes in our last quarterly forecast. According precisely to our latest projections, inflation should fall to an annual average of 2.5% this year, 2.2% next year, and 1.9% in 26. Therefore, as we are confident enough about reaching our 2% target, the time had come for a first rate cut by 25 basis points and having a somewhat less restrictive monetary policy. This is what we decided last week. The deposit rate will stand at 3.75% as from tomorrow, while the neutral rate is estimated at between 2% and 2.5% in the euro area. Therefore, and this is important to stress, at 3.75, we are still actively fighting inflation. The 2% inflation target is in sight. Our efforts have been effective, but we are certainly not relaxing our resolve. Confidence requires vigilance. As regards future decisions, we are not pre-committing to a particular rate path. We will remain data dependent, and I plead for what I call pragmatic gradualism, both on the timing of future rate cuts without haste nor procrastination, and on our terminal rate. We have succeeded so far to achieve at once disinflation and a soft landing, something quite unprecedented. The euro area has avoided the recession, and remember it was feared 18 months ago, with a positive growth of 0.6% last year, and our projections expect growth to pick up to 0.9% this year, 1.4% next year, and 1.6% in 26. reaching our primary target of 2% inflation with a soft landing rather than a hard one would be a lot better for the economy, for our European citizens, their income and their jobs, and for the healthy conduct of fiscal policies. So this is about the expected, hoped for economic soft landing. But I come to my second item about growing public expectations towards central bank. And there is a link between the two of them, because the credibility of central banks and their resolute course of action have a consequence. They are fueling growing public expectations. First, because central banks inspire trust, including from the general public. To give you an interesting measure, between last autumn and this spring, European citizens' net trust in the ECB, according to the Eurobarometer, reached its highest level since 2009. And it increased in this last period in 18 out of 20 euro area countries. In addition to our first results in fighting inflation, which I mentioned earlier, let me recall the three components of what I would call the golden triangle of trust: independence, accountability, and mandate. And say some words about each of the three corners of this triangle. Most central banks gained independence from political power in the 80s and 90s, including the euro system from its inception. Independence, which I cherish, does not mean, however, isolation. The context of present uncertainties, shocks, and anxiety requires more than ever that we provide to our fellow citizens and to the economy, as much as possible, explanations and clarifications. Some light in the dark, if I may. And this is about the second corner, accountability. It is central banks' duty to explain for their monetary policy decisions in a comprehensible, understandable manner, including to the general public. Let us acknowledge it. There is in our democracies growing distrust toward experts. The right reaction to that is not for us to renounce our expertise, but to renew our communication in an accessible and transparent way. A monetary policy which is better understood is better transmitted. And conversely, an incomprehensible expert, it happens, an incomprehensible expert is no longer respected. No matter how complex monetary policy can be, the era of Sibyllin statements belongs or must belong to the past. This is the first and most obvious growing public expectation. But let me now turn to the third corner of the triangle, the trust triangle, our mandate, price stability. It's a prerequisite for long-term growth, and it's rightly the primary objective of most central banks, starting with our euro system. By fulfilling price stability, we contribute to our secondary objectives of economic growth, social cohesion, or the environment. And let me here come to two other increasing public expectations: climate change and coordination with fiscal policy. How should we answer as the central banks of the future? Climate change, first. It has, of course, emerged as a major challenge over the last few years, including for central banks, given its impact on the economy and the financial cycle and on inflation. And let me stress it, it's no longer only about long-term risks. Think of the droughts in Europe, or of the floods in Brazil, but also in Greece or Germany. All had already significant economic costs, as well as fiscal costs and financial costs, I think, for insurers. The Eurosystem has strongly committed to taking action wherever possible within its mandate and has started doing so in particular through market signaling. The Banque de France is also a spearhead and has been recognized, let me share this small pride, as the greenest central bank in the G20 by a panel of international NGOs. Together with others, we set up the so-called NGFS, Network for Greening the Financial System, in Paris at the end of 2017. It now has more than 140 highly committed members, including, lieber Robert, the Österreichische Nationalbank. And we host in Paris its global secretariat. The NGFS has developed, I don't know if you are aware of that, 7 long-term scenarios with a 2050 horizon to shed light on what I will call the macroeconomics of climate change. In all scenarios, the economic loss in GDP is significant in 2050. According to other studies, this economic loss could be double-digit at the end of the century. But all scenarios have also a common future. The later the transition, the more disorderly it is, the higher the economic loss. Let me say one word about the next vintage of the NGFS scenarios to be published end of this year. They will build on a new estimate of the impacts of physical risk, which are greater, unfortunately, than previously thought, in line with recent advances in climate economics and climate science. And hence, they have, as a consequence, higher economic costs. This estimate will meet the highest economic standards and will build on the expertise of the NGFS scientific consortium. Be assured, we central banks will incorporate more and more climate change in our economic analysis and forecast, and in greening our monetary operations. That said, and I stress it, that said, it would be a monetary illusion to think that central banks can bear the bulk of the financing effort of the transition. This is neither economically desirable nor legally possible. Green monetary financing would result in an inflationary surge, and it would contravene the European treaties, which prohibit the monetary financing of deficits. Central banks and green finance cannot replace sound public policies and corporate transition plans. About transition plans, we are making significant progress in Europe in parallel with regulation. About public policies, can I stress that one necessary step is, in my view, to put a price on carbon. It would be, in the long run, the only signal capable of aligning climate imperatives with economic agents. Whatever form it takes, and there are several possible forms, carbon pricing will have eventually to be global and not only national or European, and socially equitable. I now come to the other growing public expectations in terms of coordination with fiscal policy. The last few years have been marked by the resurgence of supply shocks. As a consequence, many countries sharply increased their fiscal deficits to shield people and businesses from overly significant impacts. Can I sum it up this way? This intervention was fully warranted for COVID. And it was, you will appreciate the nuance, partially warranted to counter the energy shock stemming in 22 from the Russian war. But, and this is the most important message, what may first have looked like one-off events now appears to be a structural trend. Economic fragmentation along geopolitical lines and climate change may translate into more frequent supply shocks, either positive or negative. And related public expenditures due to defense, transition investments, insurer of first resort, could increase public expenditures by as much as 7% of GDP, according to the IMF. This change of paradigm obviously raises challenges for fiscal policy, monetary policy, and their policy mix. May I tell a small personal experience? Last September, I had a friendly debate with Olivier Blanchard at the Paris School of Economics during a tribute to Daniel Cohen, another brilliant French economist who passed away too early. Olivier asserted that fiscal policy is more powerful than monetary policy in this context. Also, I see the point behind these arguments. I draw a somewhat different conclusion. Let me briefly explain why and conclude with that. The first nuance refers to an experimental historical limitation of fiscal rules, however desirable they are. Discretionary fiscal tools may, in theory, be both efficient and well-targeted. But in real life, beyond a potential oversizing such as the one observed in the US in 2021, in the end, it is often difficult to reverse support measures, even when the economic cycle improves. Fiscal policy stance tends often to be subject to political dominance. And not only in the US or in France. Public opinion in many countries demand at once rising expenditures and tax cuts. Under this political pressure, many governments have failed to reduce deficits quickly enough when conditions improve. And as a whole, advanced economies have therefore experimented a staggered and continuous public debt rise. The low rate environment that prevailed until 21 and alone for an easing of the public interest burden was the exception, not the rule, and should never be taken for granted. The second nuance is more positive in praise of monetary policy. Even at the effective lower bound, it remained very powerful, thanks to unconventional tools. Whether accommodative or restrictive, monetary policy has a clear quantitative target, the 2% inflation, and it has several channels at its disposal. We could see it in the unprecedented sequence of deflationary, COVID, and then inflationary, war, shocks in the last 4 years. Whatever the circumstances, monetary policy has found the right tools to achieve its medium-term objective of price stability. Not more. Monetary policy does not pretend, should never pretend to be omnipotent, but not less. And this is not a small promise. Let us never forget that price stability is a necessary condition for growth, and that price stability is the best way to fund investments at moderate long-term interest rates on the long run. Hence, we need both fiscal and monetary policies acting with clear objectives and full independence. But we also need the right policy mix. It's sometimes easier rising tandem, as during COVID and the accommodative policies on both sides. At present, the recovery cycle, which is set to accelerate over 25-26, together with the gradual easing of monetary policy, create a favorable context for structural fiscal consolidation. This window of opportunity must not be missed. Let me conclude, and let me conclude with a famous French writer, Michel de Montaigne, who wrote his essays as early as the 16th century. He was not a specialist of monetary policy, but Robert, as you speak perfect French, I will quote in the original language of Montaigne and then translate. C'est sans doute une belle harmonie quand le faire et le dire vont ensemble. In modern English, it is doubtless a fine harmony when doing and saying go together. The central banks of tomorrow must say what they can do, but also what they cannot do. And they must also say how they are going to do this. This is about accountability, in particular with regard to our commitment to bring inflation down to 2%. Under these conditions, I believe that central banks have a bright future, because by combining saying and doing, they contribute to the rarest but most necessary commodity of this century, at least of this decade, trust. Thank you, Vertrauen. Thank you for your attention, and if there are one or two questions, I would be delighted to answer them now. Vielen Dank wieder.
Merci. Thanks, François. Danke for this great speech about a topic which in the first part is easier, about the soft landing, which we think to achieve. The second part is a bit more dicey as it comes to the balance and then the action of monetary and fiscal policy. And as it looks like at the moment, we at the central bank seem to be on an easier case and course than the fiscal policy is. But I'm sure there are people in the room who would like to ask the one or the other question. For the one, Mrs. Niesner and Mr. Nauschnik.
Merci, Monsieur le Gouverneur. This morning I got the question.
Could you, because I don't see you, could you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, sorry. Birgit Niesner, Austrian Central Bank, working with Mr. Holzmann. I got a question this morning from a financial market audience saying, why should we believe central banks which are loss-making? What should I have answered?
This is about credibility and trust. And credibility in central banks should not depend, must not depend, I clearly think, don't depend from their financial results. They should result from their compliance with their mandate, which is price stability. Let me stretch it on the financial results. Our financial results, it's true everywhere, not only in the euro area, were influenced by the monetary cycle. But we don't run monetary policy to maximize our financial results or to limit today our financial losses. We run our monetary policy to deliver on our price stability mandate and our 2% inflation target. And hence, we must be financially solid, enough solid, including in our balance sheet, to run any kind of monetary policy which is needed. We perfectly know the explanations, again, for the monetary cycle and its consequences on our results. There is no specificity of the European monetary policy regarding that. But I clearly think, if I look at most of our countries in Europe and elsewhere, that this is well understood and this did not affect in any measure the trust of our fellow citizens in central banks. I quoted, and I think this is the best answer, the measure by Eurobarometer showing that the net trust of euro area citizens in the ECB and probably in each of its NCBs, be it Oesterreichische, Nationalbank, Banque de France or others, is higher significantly than 6 months ago and at its highest point since in the last 15 years, since 2009. So I clearly think there is, our credibility relies on our mandate and our results for price stability, not our financial P&L. I hope I answered your question.
Thanks, François. We have now Mr. Nauschnik.
Franz Nauschnik, European Task Force Carbon Pricing. You mentioned that the price of carbon is really essential for achieving the green transition. Our problem in Europe is that we have reached a carbon price of around 100 euros a ton, but this has gone down to nearly 50 euros a ton. So it's a very volatile price, which makes it difficult, for example, for companies like Total, which have an internal carbon price of around 100 in their investment models. And also for a lot of other companies. Wouldn't you agree that the European Commission should, like central banks, when the exchange rates are too volatile and creating problems, that they should intervene?
This is a very subtle and sophisticated question, and you obviously know, you know more about carbon pricing and its technicalities than I do personally. So my answer will remain modest. Obviously, we are not at the end of all the question about carbon price. What form should it take? Should it be quotas, like it is more or less at present in Europe? Should it be a tax? Are there other mechanisms? How should it be compensated for perhaps some SMEs, and if I think to households, for the more modest? And there are very serious political problems there. If you remember, we had this move of so-called yellow jackets, les gilets jaunes in France 6 years ago. And it's more or less the case everywhere. And the most tricky question is the question of international comparison. Because if you apply it only in one region, Europe is not the only one, but we know there are very significant exceptions, then you have the question of fair trade, should we have carbon border adjustment mechanism, and so on. You added one more question, which is about the volatility. And here I have my technical limitations, to be honest. My guess is that the more progress we make on the other question, and the clearer long-term view we give about carbon price, how it will evolve in the future, is it stable for the decades to come? Will it be adopted by other jurisdictions? The less volatility we will have. But there could be a need for stabilization mechanism. I'm not sure. I'm ready to guess that my friend Robert shares the same caution. I'm not sure it's the role of central banks. It's not in our mandate today. Perhaps some mechanism of stabilization could be used by other authorities, independent authorities. But I guess it's only a part of the many questions we have. My only message and here I concur, I guess, strongly with you, is that as economists, dedicated to the long run, we cannot ignore the power of economic signals. There are other ways of making progress against climate change. There are regulation, think of the green package of the EU. There are subsidies, think of IRA in the US and elsewhere. But ignoring a price mechanism would, in the long term, means that we are economically not consistent. I think it wouldn't work. Okay. By the way, there are also interesting proposals by the IMF about a global carbon price with different levels according to the degree of economic developments, different flows. So I don't preclude this debate. My only strong message is don't put this item off the global agenda.
Thanks, Francois. I fully agree with your assessment. I think a carbon price, particularly if there's a price development projected well in advance, will do most about climate change, because this is what investors need there. I have a final question.
Robert, if I may, am I right to think, again, I'm not such a specialist, but there is probably a link between the uncertainty about the future developments, and I like the way you presented it, to give predictability to the evolution of the carbon price and its present volatility. There are too many uncertainties at present.
This would be my take. My take is, how to say, a well pre-announced carbon price path, which may be adjusted over time, would do most about it in order to make the green transition reality. I have a further question here from David Marsh. David.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Francois. David Marsh here. May I put a question to you about capital markets union? I know this is something that you've given a lot of attention to over the years, and you said earlier that central banks have to be aware of what they can do and what they cannot do. Could one of the things that you could do, together with your colleagues on the European Council, European Central Bank Council, make a new stride forward in the entente cordiale with the UK? There are strong rumours that there might be a new government after an election coming up in the next few weeks. Could this not be an occasion where yourself and other colleagues could organise a kind of relance with the UK on technical matters which are within your sphere? One can think of all kinds of technical ways of taking capital markets forward without Britain having to rejoin the EU. And I think if people like you and Robert were to put your energy and your muscle behind that, it would have a lot of effect in the UK.
So, David, coming from you, I'm not surprised that it's a very smart question. Let me try to have an honest answer. First, we all in the Governing Council, the unanimity of the 20 governors plus the 6 board members, support an acceleration of capital markets union within the EU. And we took, probably it went a bit unnoticed, but let me stress it, we took on March the 7th a very strong statement in favor of a new step, an acceleration of capital markets union. And we said many things. I say it because we were perhaps a bit too modest in communicating around this statement, but you will find many powerful ideas, including a rebranding, probably savings and investment union, if I follow my friend Enrico Letta, and focusing on technological innovation, including perhaps a unified ledger, green securitization, equity financing, etc. 4 or 5 powerful levers instead of the 36 technical items we have in the present Commission action plan. By the way, as you are aware, 1 month later, the Noyer report was published in France with consistent ideas. So there is a possible momentum, also if I look at the European summit. To put it in a nutshell, I remain in the EU at this stage of my answer. To put it in a nutshell, it was seen as a very technical project with a long list of items. It should become a political priority because this is the way to use our hidden resource in Europe, which is private savings. We have a significant excess of private savings to fund our investment needs in green and digital transition. And the amounts are very significant. About the link with the UK, I can only repeat the regret that the UK exited the EU. But we cannot repel Brexit. It has been a democratic choice. So we will see with the new government, if there is one in the UK, with new governments throughout Europe, you will understand why I am very cautious about any future political prospects. We live in democracies, we have electoral cycles. If there could be some common acceleration across the channel, fair enough. But let me stress that first and foremost, we have the ways and means to accelerate within the euro area and the EU. So I take these two floors in the right order, I think. But you are right. It's part, we are not the deciders for most items of savings and investment union. For some, we can help. But we are powerful voices to say this is common European interest. And as we have limitation on public funding for obvious fiscal reasons, let us use better our private resources.
Thank you, Francois. We are almost finished. I would like to finish with a small question, which is very much on my mind. When we look into the interaction monetary fiscal policy, what we currently have is that on the fiscal side, we have for each cycle an ever-going increase in the level of debt which we have in the euro area there. And this happens at the moment when we are coming from a period of low interest rates. Now the interest rates are going, how to say, we will be reduced them, but they will still be much higher than in the past. So how are we able to break out? How can we convince the fiscal sector that what can we do to support them in any kind of efforts to bring the fiscal house in order? Because I believe very much, that we should deal with monetary policy, they should deal with fiscal policy, but we see the threat there, and you mentioned it, one way, the capital market, one way in order to relinquish a little bit of pressure from them. What are the other ways? I mean, you have been in politics for many, many years. What would you say, what would help us to help them?
This is a very important question, Robert, and a difficult one. First, I have not been directly in politics. I have been in civil service, so it's a bit different. But let me perhaps share two reflections. I have no perfect answer to your excellent question. But the first reflection is that monetary policy is run after its primary compass, which is price stability. It's not run after the idea of supporting or penalizing fiscal policies. Probably for the two of us, it's obvious. But for some governments or politicians, it's less. And for public opinion, there is always a doubt. Remember when we decided very low rates and QE, stronger QE during COVID? We did it to avoid the deflationary shock. But many people were convinced that we did it to support public finance. And this was not the aim. And on the contrary, when we had to raise rates, and you are right, for the future, rates will be higher than in the very ultra-low environment we had after 2015. People criticize, say, you are penalizing fiscal policies, you are not helping, etc. But the answer is very clear. We have one compass, which is price stability. And by the way, if I look in the long run, it helps to have probably more reasonable, more predictable long-term rates. So it helps, but in a structural way, public funding. My second comment is, what can we do? we are not in the driver's seat, obviously, and we shouldn't be. I think it's very important. What we can do is probably, but differently in the different contexts. What we can do is to try to explain, to give the global economic picture, and to say, look, in the cycle we are in, probably the best policy mix could be, if I look at present, to use the gradual recovery we will have, the gradual easing we will have, to consolidate at a pace you will decide fiscal policy. If I look at various central banks across the world, there are different answers regarding this public expression. I don't know exactly, Robert, how it is for Austria in Österreich. But if I look at the general rule, for example, traditionally, the US Fed does not say much about US fiscal policy. I guess what they think about it, you guess the same, we all guess the same, but their public expression is limited, let me express it this way, because it's a US tradition. In Europe, it's a bit different, and for a very important reason, that we have one single monetary policy for the 20 countries, but we have 20 fiscal policies. So it's quite logical to look at the various national fiscal policies, and for each national central banks to say, is it consistent or not with the single monetary policy? But to give the Banque de France case, and again, there could be nuances, when we say something, when we write something, and to give you an example, I have a yearly letter to the president about our analysis of the macroeconomic situation. I usually say some things about the macro fiscal mix. What is the level of deficit? What would be, is it time for an expansion or a consolidation? And at present, it's more for consolidation. But I never enter into detail saying if there should be a fiscal tightening, it should be X on reducing expenditures or Y on increasing taxes. This belongs to the political debate with government and parliament. So it's a somewhat subtle border. If I look at monetary policy, we are in our core business, and here we are independent. If I look more broadly at economic and fiscal policy, we are not in charge, but we are allowed to speak and give our expertise, and others will then decide. This would be my imperfect answer to your excellent question.
No, thanks a lot. It was an excellent answer to my imperfect question. Because what you did is, I read with pleasure your letter to the president. Unfortunately, we don't have a similar part here in Austria, so I'm allowed to write to the chancellor to say something about fiscal policy. I won't do it.
I must say, it's interesting, Robert. I must say that in France, it's by law.
I know.
1945, so almost 80 years now. So it belongs to the Republican tradition.
Okay, no, I read it, and I know you also have it in the UK, so at the beginning I was thinking whether I should do it, but since I don't have a legal opportunity, I decided not to do it. In any case, thank you much for your excellent presentation and also answers to the question. All the best to Paris, and see you soon in, I would assume, in Sintra for our next intellectual exchange. All the best to Paris. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, everyone.
Welcome to this policy panel number 3 on the theme Monetary Policy in the Poly-Crisis New Normal. Let me just start with catch up on something which I wanted to do yesterday, but which I sort of, got interrupted. Namely, I wanted to thank the OeNB, Governor Holzmann, Birgit Niesner, Maria Valderrama and their teams, and also the OeNB event management team for your the great cooperation in setting up this conference. This is really a smooth and excellent process. Thank you so much. In this session, we are going to ask, how have businesses, consumers, and wage setters' behavior changed in response to the return of inflation, the sharp rise in interest rates, rising uncertainty, and multiple secular changes? What are the implications for optimal monetary policy, if we dare to talk about optimal monetary policy after yesterday's lecture, for instance? We have three senior top central bank experts with us today to discuss these questions. I start on my right with Fiorella De Fiore, who is a research advisor at the Monetary and Economic Department of the BIS. Welcome, Fiorella. To my left, welcome to Frank Smets, longtime colleague, advisor to the Executive Board at the European Central Bank, and also SUERF Fellow. Welcome, Frank. And further to my left, Michal Horvat, Executive Director, Monetary Policy and Market Operations at the National Bank of Slovakia. We are starting out with 3 presentations of 12 to 15 minutes in this order. Then we'll enter into the discussion among the panel with the audience. We will start out from a global perspective with Fiorella, then get to the euro area ECB view with Frank, and finally, Michal will zoom in on potential implications from non-linearities in price and wage setting for optimal monetary policy. Without further ado, over to you, Fiorella.
Oops. So thank you to the organizers for having me in this panel. Very happy to be here. And Ernest gave very interesting questions to address to this panel. If I may summarize them, the first is how the inflation surge affected the wage and price setting behavior of agents, of private agents. And the second is what are the implications for monetary policy from recent developments, structural developments of the economy. And of course, let me remind you that all the views I'm going to express are mine and not those of the BIS. So I'll address these 2 broad questions, but from a somehow narrower perspective. First, I will highlight one key element of the price and wage setting decision, which is the formation of inflation expectations. And then I will move to the implications for monetary policy of some structural developments that we are seeing currently, and these include the possible larger role of supply-side factors looking ahead in business cycle fluctuations, and this may be related to energy transition, but also to rising political tensions in the global economy. I will also look at the possibility that we will have economies characterized by steeper Phillips curve, possibly due to increasingly tight labor markets and changes in the workers' bargaining power. And I will also consider the possibility of moving to higher levels of the natural rate of interest, possibly because of age-related fiscal pressure, be there pension expenditures, health expenditures, but also higher investment in green transition and defense. And all I'm going to talk about will be based on joint work with colleagues at the BIS, Benoît Mojon, Dan Rees, and Damiano Sandri. So let me start with the response of inflation expectations during the inflation surge. And let me first remind you of what happened. Here I have this cross-country perspective. So I'm showing for 6 major advanced economies in red the dynamics of headline inflation, in blue core inflation, and in yellow the policy rates. And the black vertical line is the point in time when inflation has exceeded the 2%, which broadly is the target for many of these central banks. So 2 messages arise from this picture. The first is that this was an incredibly synchronized inflation surge. And the second is that the liftoff of policy rates occurred well beyond the point when inflation rose above the 2% target, except for the notable case of Japan. And this also shows visually the point made by Athanasius yesterday of a period, an initial period during the inflation surge of negative real rates. What happened to inflation expectations? Here I'm plotting the 1 year, 3 year, and 5 years ahead inflation expectations from the survey of professional forecasters. You can see that the 1 year ahead inflation expectations moved very closely with the realized inflation, perhaps not surprisingly, but the 3 and 5 years ahead expectations were much more stable. They just rose a bit more in the euro area, which is shown here with the blue line, and in Japan, which is shown with the black line. So the question that I'm going to ask first is whether during the inflation surge we saw any sign of the anchoring of inflation expectations. And we do something very simple. We just use this regression where we have on the left side inflation expectations from professional forecasters over a 3 and 5 years ahead horizon. And on the right side, we have realized inflation. We have quarterly data. And we just run this very simple regression over the period since inflation exceeded the 2% threshold. And the estimate of this coefficient beta is what is reported here with the red bars. You can see that the coefficient is positive and significant, particularly for the 3 years ahead horizon. So there is some sign, if you want, of a movement towards the anchoring, but the coefficients are really, the levels are really small. So they imply that an increase in 100 basis point inflation led to 3 to 5 basis point increase in 3 years ahead inflation expectations. So relatively tiny. If you compare across countries, you see that the positive and significant coefficient arises for US, Euro area, and Canada, which were also the countries where central banks had just undergone a revision of their monetary policy framework. So, and among these, the Euro area had a slightly larger coefficient. So the next question I'm going to ask is whether the revision of these frameworks, which you could interpret as bringing a slightly more accommodative monetary policy stance on average in these 3 countries, whether this revision of the frameworks influenced the anchoring of inflation expectation. So we ran a similar regression where now we introduce an interaction term. So here, this T MPF variable is a dummy variable that takes the value of 1 from the time when each of the country embarked in the monetary policy framework revision. And here we're considering US, Euro area, Canada, because these were the main countries that revised the framework. And we ran this regression over a longer sample, 2003 to 2023. And we find that the estimates of this gamma coefficient are non-significant for US and Canada. They are significant for the Euro area, but they are negative. So our interpretation of these results is that the revision of the monetary policy framework did play a role in the Euro area, but actually it was a positive role. It helped inflation expectations at the 3 years horizon and 5 to re-anchor towards the 2% inflation target. So overall, the broad message from this part of the presentation is that inflation expectations were very well anchored during this incredible fast inflation surge. and they were not affected by, or they were, they remain well anchored irrespective of the revision of the monetary policy framework just done by central banks. So let me move to the second part of my presentation, which is about the implication of post-pandemic structural developments for monetary policy. Here, of course, we need to resort to a model-based scenarios to be able to say something meaningful. We use the DSGE model that is often used by the New York Fed for policy analysis for the US. We estimated over the period 84 to 2019, so we stop pre-COVID. Then we take these estimates, we use observables on the other variables, and we then back up the shocks for the post-COVID period. And not surprisingly, the shocks that we back up are more driven by supply factors than pre-COVID. And then we run stochastic simulations under post-COVID shocks, so more prevalence of supply factors, a possibly steeper Phillips curve, and a higher level of the natural rate. We consider two alternative monetary policy rules, the average inflation targeting that the Fed adopted and inflation targeting. And the simple rules are just, they just have a persistent coefficient and the reaction coefficient to inflation, pi phi, and to the output gap, phi gap. And when we look at welfare, we use this simple loss function that penalizes deviations, square deviations of inflation and output and the policy rates from their natural level. So we do three things. The first is look at the implication for monetary policy from a higher incidence of supply shocks. Here, what you see, what I'm plotting is the welfare losses for different combinations of the reaction coefficient to inflation, phi pi, and to the output gap, phi gap, under the IT, the inflation targeting framework. When the shocks are distributed according to the post-COVID period, so when there is more prevalence of supply shocks and markup shocks, and relative to the pre-COVID. So there are two messages here. The first is that under the post-COVID type of supply factors, there is more prevalence of trade-offs that monetary policy faces, and therefore there are, on average, higher welfare losses. So the surface, the red surface, which is the post-COVID one, is above the blue surface, which is the pre-COVID one. So more losses for the same conduct of monetary policy when there are more markup shocks. And these also call for a less aggressive reaction to inflation, the output gap, which you see from looking at this contour, the black contours. So if you become more aggressive in the response to inflation to output, you manage to reduce the losses less if you have supply shocks. Under average inflation targeting, similar considerations arise, but there is a need for a more aggressive reaction to output. And why is that? The intuition is that if you are responding a lot to inflation, like on this black contour, and you have a lot of supply shocks, you are possibly generating a lot of output volatility exactly because of this high incidence of supply shocks. And so if you want to guard against this excessive output volatility, you should increase your reaction to output. What about a steeper Phillips curve? Here we do the same thing. So we take the post-COVID shocks, more supply shocks, and we compare the case of a flat Phillips curve, the green surface, to one of a steeper Phillips curve, the blue surface. And the message here is that monetary policy becomes more powerful when the Phillips curve is steeper because it has more ability to influence inflation. And so on average, under a steeper Phillips curve, the welfare losses are lower, so more power for central banks. At the same time, this calls for a more aggressive response to inflation and the output gap. Now, under average inflation targeting, I'm not showing it here, the implications are very similar, with the only difference that you need for less aggressive response to the output gap. And this is exactly because you have supply shocks, but your monetary policy is more influential on stabilizing inflation, so you create a less output gap volatility, so you don't need to react to output so strongly. The final thing I want to show you is the implications from a higher natural rate for monetary policy. Here I'm comparing the losses under the average inflation targeting and the inflation targeting. So if you see a negative number in this table here, it means that this is good news for the average inflation targeting because it's lowering the losses more than the inflation targeting role. And if you look now, the first column gives the level of R star, then the second, whether the Phillips curve is flat or steep, the third, whether the shocks are more supply or demand, then you have the frequency of the ELB, and then the volatility in inflation output and the policy rates. So for low levels of R star, you see that the numbers here are all negative. So that means that average inflation targeting achieves a better stabilization of both inflation output and the interest rates. But as you, and this happens irrespective of whether the Phillips curve is flat or steep and the shocks are pre or post-COVID. But as R star increases, then you start reduces the frequency of the ELB and also reducing the benefits of average inflation targeting compared to inflation targeting. The numbers get closer to 0. And when R star is sufficiently high, it can turn positive, at least for output volatility. And that's exactly because we're in an environment not only of high incidence of supply shock, but also of R star being high. So the benefits of AIT are low in terms of reduces the DLB frequency and higher in terms, and the costs are higher in terms of output volatility. So that's what I wanted to show. Main conclusions are that inflation expectations have been pretty well anchored despite the unprecedented surge in inflation and irrespective of the monetary policy framework revisions. Higher incidence of supply shocks increases the trade-off for monetary policy, call for a less aggressive response. But under AIT, the output response is key to guard against excessive output volatility. Under a steeper Phillips curve, there is a more effective monetary policy, so you can afford a less aggressive response. And a higher R star reduces, but maintains, but reduces the benefits of AIT compared to IT. But if R star increases sufficiently, AIT can induce higher volatility of the output gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiorella, for fleshing out how some key elements of a new polycrisis, new normal, might affect monetary policy. I think you emphasized three key elements, and I think Frank can build on this. And I'm confident that Frank will also challenge some of the scenarios that you pointed out here. Frank, over to you.
I'm not sure about the last part, but in any case, let me first of all thank Ernest for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to participate in this panel and more generally in this excellent conference. And of course, let me first of all say the usual disclaimer, views expressed are my own and not necessarily those of the ECB or its governing council. So I will actually focus on I think, a theme that already was mentioned in the introduction of the governor and then very much also was put forward in the keynote presentation by Athanasios, being sort of the natural interest rate, the natural real interest rate, and sort of the uncertainty around it. And again, Fiorella also did some exercises around that. I mean, I will argue that, well, we know that uncertainty is very high, and we'll show you just some indicators, but also that many of the structural changes, secular changes that we're talking about basically increase that type of uncertainty. And particularly I'll refer to some recent research with Jean-Guillaume Sahuc and Gauthier Vermandel, where we look at climate change scenarios and how different climate change scenarios, different mitigation policies may also affect the natural rate, as was pointed out also by Governor Villeroy. And then, of course, the natural question is, how do we design monetary policy so that it's robust to this very big uncertainty? And I'm very much a fan of the work that Athanasios has done on this and on sort of using the simple nominal growth targeting rules as a benchmark. But I will argue at the end that also the current communication of the ECB, which is in terms of three elements in the reaction function, being on the one hand the inflation outlook, on the other hand looking at the dynamics of underlying inflation, and the third element being the strength, analyzing the strength of monetary policy transmission, is also a way of robustifying monetary policy in the face of that uncertainty. So that's kind of the outline of my remarks. So, I mean, just the first part, I mean, we know that uncertainty is very high. I mean, just to illustrate that, I took two quotes, and of course I could use many more, by two famous economists. One is Maury Obstfeld. I mean, if you read that quote, this is from a paper published at the end of the last year, and it very much also, I think, reflects sort of the views within the IMF, where he says basically the main underlying factors that have pushed real interest rates down since 1980s and 1990s, notably demographic shifts, lower productivity growth, corporate market power, and safe asset demand relative to supply, do not appear poised to reverse strongly enough to drive a big and durable rise in global real interest rates. And if I understood Governor Holtzman yesterday very much, he's sort of pretty much also on that line. That contrasts quite a bit with, for example, what Bill Dudley said only last week in a Bloomberg editorial. So he's the former president of New York Fed, where he basically said there is a strong case that R-star has risen substantially because various factors are driving down desired saving and boosting desired investment. Again, let me not read out sort of the details of that comment, but basically he points to some of the increased investment needs, capital expenditure that needs to be done for renewable energy and also for green technologies. And so that's one of these secular changes that we have been talking about. And again, I think Governor Villeroy made also a reference to that. So very different views amongst very reasonable economists. And so he says, Dudley says, put it all together and R-star could be as high as 2%. Again, there's also issues here, I think, of the concept. Is the concept the same? Maybe Maury Obstfeld is talking more about the very long-term R-star. Maybe Bill Dudley is talking more about the short-term R-star. But in the end, they both have in mind some type of standard or benchmark for nominal interest rates once the shocks to the economy wash out, and of course also consistent with price stability. Now, what are sort of the estimates of the long-term neutral rate in the euro area? I mean, my preferred, very simple estimate is basically on the left-hand side. It's just looking at 5-year 5-year ahead real interest rates. This is the red line, and so we show here from basically the global financial crisis, when it was, the start was 2%. It has come down all through the aftermath of that crisis, reached bottom which was close to -2%, so we have here a variation of 400 basis points. And then since the tightening cycle, this real interest rate, which is priced into financial markets, has basically increased and is now sort of hovering around a little bit closer than, a little bit above 0%. So if you think about the nominal equivalent, we're talking about 2 to 2.5%, which is exactly also the numbers that Governor VOWI mentioned. So that's one estimate. Now, of course, you can do, there's a lot of research with much more sophisticated methods. At ECB, we've published a bulletin article sort of summarizing all that research. That's here on the right-hand side. And I mean, you see already, just looking across methodologies, there's a big uncertainty, a big range. I mean, at the end, they all sort of seem to come around 2%, 2.5%, so there's actually quite a bit of convergence. But I mean, if you take into account that each of those estimates actually has relatively large confidence sets, I mean, you have to put a relatively large confidence set around that range. I mean, one other sort of interesting fact is that, of course, since the interest rate tightening, the volatility of bond yields has increased a lot. And although it has come down, it's still quite a bit higher than before the interest rate tightening cycle. So whether you look at option prices or you look at realized variability. And on the right-hand side, if you try to decompose this 5-year forward interest rate into the real and the inflation component, it's mostly the real part. This is the red component that drives this uncertainty. And I think this is a reflection of also the fact that central banks actually have quite big, credible inflation targets. So the volatility of the nominal components, the inflation, long-term inflation expectations, is relatively limited. What you see in the volatility of nominal rates is mostly the real component. So also the uncertainty in markets. I mean, if you would compare the volatility of bond yields with the volatility of equity prices, of course, they also shot up after the interest rate tightening and after the inflation pickup, but they have basically come down to pre-inflation levels. So, I mean, just a few elements to show how uncertain that is. Now, basically, the second thing is I want to argue that many of those structural changes, where we're thinking about demographic developments, where we think about technology, digitalization, AI, and productivity, but also when we think about climate change, can have very uncertain effects on the natural real rate. And again, here I'm just showing, and of course I can't really explain very much the details behind what we're doing here and the model that we're estimating. But basically in this paper, what we're trying to do is we estimate a very simple, basically 4-equation New Keynesian climate model, we call it, where we kind of extend the New Keynesian framework with the basic elements from the integrated assessment literature, which sort of models the effect of global warming, its negative impact on output and on potential, and also the implications for mitigation policies. And so we estimate that simple model on world data, because global warming is a world phenomenon, so this is not Euro area specific, it's sort of a world model, and then use it to simulate different scenarios. Again, for the estimation and the calibration of the climate-related part, we basically use the dicey literature, the Nordhaus literature. What we show here is basically the difference between two extreme scenarios. The red line is basically what we call the laissez-faire scenario. So no policies that attack or address global warming and carbon emissions. So the tax rate, the favorite instrument of economists, doesn't rise. As a result, in panel B, you see that carbon emissions start increasing. In our model, that will have a negative impact on output because of all the physical risks and effects it has on potential output. And of course, as the globe warms, these effects will start increasing. Actually, the inflationary effects will be relatively limited. And here in panel F, you see the impacts on the natural real rate in this model. And so you confront that with the green scenario, which is basically our calibration of the Paris Agreement, which, where the goal is to bring down the carbon emissions, net zero, at 2050, so that's panel B. The way you do that in the model is by increasing taxes, and as was discussed in the previous session, so the best thing is to have like an expected increasing path of the cost of carbon. That actually leads, because you increase taxes, in the short run it has a sort of a negative effect on output, but of course the gains are really in the longer run. You get a much higher output. And you also see that there is this sort of hump around 250, which is related to the fact when you increase taxes, the reason why you increase taxes is to provide incentives for firms to green their technologies. So they have to invest, they have to make abatement efforts. And of course that uses resources, and so it is a source of exogenous demand. But of course, given that supply is limited, what in this scenario you need is also a rise in the natural real rate, because there will have to be less consumption to make, say, there's a crowding out, so to say. And so the whole point here is just to show that, we just look here at two extreme scenarios, that they have very different impacts on the natural rate. And so what we do in the paper, and so this second scenario also have larger inflationary impacts. Now, of course, that depends on monetary policy. And the monetary policy rule that we use in this simulation is one that has a constant natural real rate. It does take into account an output gap where sort of the negative potential output effects of global warming is taken into account, but it doesn't adjust the nominal rate. And you see you get more inflation. The inflation effect can be very different of the Paris Agreement scenario. And here we just show two or three alternative rules. I mean, they're all of the type of Taylor rules with interest rate smoothing. The green one is what we call in our model the baseline rule. That's the one that we used in the previous graph, where the real rate is constant and you have an appropriate output gap. And so you do get a bit of inflation, and nominal interest rates will have to be higher in that case. If the central bank would follow a rule that just targets output and doesn't take into account the fact that in this scenario there is a negative supply effect of some of the warming on supply, then you get the possibility of a big rise in inflation or much slower return of inflation, which is panel B, to the target. So you get volatile inflation. And that's the long run, the natural real rate adjusted rule. So if you think, okay, the central bank actually knows also the implications for the natural rate that I showed, and it sort of takes that into account, then, I mean, there's not really an inflation problem coming from the fact that global warming, on the one hand, lowers supply, on the other hand, increases demand, and in principle should lead to inflationary pressures, greenflation, climateflation, what have you. If the central bank realizes that, again, then the inflation actually is under control, and so now, of course, that's a big question. Will the central bank know what a potential output is, what the natural rate is. And I'm very much with Athanasius on this, that basically we don't know. And that was the whole point of also showing the first set of graphs. And so then the question is, and this is where I will end, where does that leave us in terms of how dependent or how can we robustify monetary policy with respect to our estimates of what the true R star is, what the true interest rate, real interest rate is that balances supply, but savings and investment. I mean, why is that important? Because if you look at our baseline projections, underlying it, and baseline projections are the ones that justify also the most recent cut in interest rate, underlying it is the assumption that the policy rate will sort of over the next 2 years come down to a nominal neutral rate of around 2.25, 2.5%. That's what analysts assume, that's what's priced in the markets. And of course, that kind of assumption also is behind the assertion, the statement also by Governor Villeroy, that our policy is indeed restrictive in the current context. And so on the right-hand side, we calculate, based on our survey of monetary analysts, what we call the real rate gap. So that's basically what the analysts think the real rate evolution will be taking into account their own expectations of output, the nominal interest rate, and the neutral nominal rate. And so you see it's tight. And the question is, what if, and this is, I guess, the question that also Fiorella raised, what if we're wrong? And again, it's not necessarily central bankers, it's the analysts. No, we kind of take that view that is in the markets as a starting point for our projections. And again, I would argue, and I'll stop here, that the three elements of the reaction function that the ECB has communicated. So one way is to do basically what Athanasius suggested, sort of use as a benchmark a nominal growth targeting rule, which does not depend on an estimate of R star, but just says, no, you raise interest rates if your expected nominal growth is higher than your estimate of the nominal growth target, inflation plus potential growth, and you lower it when the opposite. The issue with that, and I think that's a very good starting point, and I'm a big fan of it. The issue with that is that, of course, that expectation is partly a function of what you assume the nominal neutral rate will be. So how do you make sure that also that rule is robust to R star uncertainty? And again, so I would argue that the first element is basically the baseline. So that's kind of the underlying assumption that nominal interest rates and real rates will go back to neutral rates. The second element is really looking, rather than the forward-looking, which is in the baseline, putting a bit more weight on the backward-looking components, which is underlying inflation. It's wage inflation, it's domestic inflation, so which are slower moving, but the problem is that these are backward-looking variables. And the third element is basically the strength of the transmission mechanism. So if this view is right, then actually we should see that monetary policy is tight, that it affects lending, that it affects interest rate sensitive components, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Growth has been restrained. And so by sort of confronting the baseline view with some of those other elements, I think we can also robustify monetary policy. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Frank. Also for zooming in a bit further and deeper on the challenges for monetary policy from climate change, topic that Governor Villeroy de Goyou started out, and you really brought some important additional insights. So we now go to Mikhail for some considerations on nonlinearities. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Ernest, and thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. Yes, I'm going to talk about nonlinearities, and when we talk about nonlinearities and monetary policy, what immediately comes into most people's mind is obviously the zero lower bound, which has been studied extensively. Many of us have been producing or looking at pictures such as the one on in the slide for a decade. It's there purely for decoration, so don't read too much into it. It's what we were doing for a long time. But in the meantime, we've also had a period of high inflation, which brought kind of new phenomena, new considerations. The main question for the panel was if this period has led to some kind of different type of behavior by consumers and firms. So perhaps there are other nonlinearities that we should be paying attention to going forward. The title of the session is about polycrisis normal. The way I'm trying to read that is that we're facing a future where either sort of bigger shocks can happen in quick succession or even coincide, but it doesn't have to be supply shocks. I mean, it could be innocent demand shocks in an environment where global supply chains operate with low buffers, and so fairly small shocks could generate bursts of inflation. And so the question is if there are any nonlinearities on the upside that we should be thinking about. And there's a sort of emerging literature spurred by the sudden availability of data from a high inflation environment about what actually people did during this period. And so the main narrative of my talk today is basically about various threshold rates. So there is some evidence that people started paying more attention to inflation in this high inflationary period. So beyond a certain rate, people suddenly start paying a lot more attention to inflation, and also firms start to reset prices at a faster pace, at a higher frequency. So the available evidence in this area currently points to threshold rates which are pretty low, certainly lower than I would have expected. So that kind of made me consider this topic a bit more seriously, put a bit more weight on these arguments that I otherwise would have. The key question, obviously, is whether these threshold effects have any important economic consequences, and I guess more research needs to be done on that. But there is some evidence out there that they actually do exist and affect people's behavior in an interesting way. And finally, the question for the panel, I guess, is also whether we should take these into account in the design of monetary policy. There, I have to say, I'm wholly unprepared. I'm prepared to speculate, but this is a part where I think a lot more thinking needs to be done before we draw any conclusions. But so let's see how this goes today. So about these threshold effects. So there's a paper coming out in Restat, which basically looks at how people's attention to inflation as measured by Google searches or Twitter data varies over time relative to the headline inflation rate. So the left-hand panel replicates this work on Slovakian data, and indeed you can see that people, as inflation started to rise, people started searching for inflation a lot more than before. And when you do some econometrics on that with threshold effects, you see that there are kind of two regimes there, and the threshold inflation where this inflation rate where this search intensifies is actually somewhere close to 4% for Slovakia. The figure in this previous slide is from the same paper showing the situation for the United States. So basically, for a large number of countries, you have you have a situation where when inflation is low, people don't care, they don't pay attention to it at all, and then suddenly when it starts to rise, they start paying more and more attention to it. It's not only Google searches and Twitter data and these fancy new things, but we've also looked at data from the joint harmonized commission survey among consumers. Later on I'll cite this database for businesses as well. We have access in Slovakia to individual answers, so we do work quite a lot with this database. But even if you just look at the aggregate, there's a question in this survey about inflation perception, so how consumer prices have evolved over the last 12 months. And if we treat the don't know people as inattentive and plot 1 minus don't know as the attentive people, the share is very nicely correlated. So as inflation starts to rise, people suddenly have views on what the inflation has been. Again, this is data for Slovakia, but basically you can plot that for any EU country. And when we look at, so the question is, where is this threshold rate? For Slovakia, it was just under 4%. For other countries, it's different. The histogram for a large number of countries is the following, again, taken from that Korenok paper. So, and then the median actually is pretty low. It happens basically fairly close to the targets that most economies have. Obviously, in some countries, it's larger, and you obviously would be asking what this is being linked to, and it is linked to the experience with inflation over longer period of time, which is this picture. So it comes under the headline whether this matters at all, and the main message here would be that when the experience with inflation is higher, people are it becomes a part of life, and so people notice inflation a lot more than when inflation is low. For some countries with history of high inflation rates, there is actually no threshold being measured. And basically, the paper classifies countries into different groups where at low inflation rate, basically people are completely inattentive to inflation. There are some, and Slovakia is one of those, where even at fairly low inflation rates, people notice inflation more and more, and then there is the threshold. Now, again, so the question of whether this actually matters in a bigger scheme of things, I guess the jury is still out there. There's a nice paper by VOWI, very recent one, who first replicates this estimation of inflation thresholds, and then builds that mechanism into a standard new Keynesian framework, and looks at what happens in response to a supply shock in such a framework. And so if there's a supply shock that is big enough to push inflation above this threshold, what happens there is that agents start to update their expectations more strongly in response to the supply shock. Basically what's happening there is that the aggregate supply, so the Phillips curve becomes steeper, and at the same time the aggregate demand curve becomes steeper. So a given shock is generating more inflation and is generating more inflation expectation. And so kind of this is an important amplification mechanism in that framework. Eventually, as the shock dies away, things calm down, obviously, but there is a nice mechanism towards the end. So as inflation falls because the shock has died out, people stop paying attention to inflation. The thing is that their expectations may well remain stuck. So they don't notice actually that inflation has come down as significantly as it has. So their expectations get stuck at a higher level. And so he proposes that as a way of thinking about the last mile, which we hear quite often these days. So interesting story. Question is whether there is evidence for each individual element in this story, or to what extent this is. We have corroborating evidence from elsewhere on these points. We are doing some work with the micro database, as I mentioned, which, among other things, it asks people whether it's the right time to purchase durable goods at any point in time. And so our estimations, my colleague shows that basically the answer to this question is linked to inflation expectations in a positive way across the whole sample. So you can take different, from these surveys, you can take different measures of inflation expectations, qualitative or quantitative, different kind. But there's a positive relationship between people thinking that it's good to buy cars and washing machines and other durable goods and inflation expectations. It is there in normal times as well, but this relationship is a lot stronger as inflation surges. So that kind of points to the fact that there is amplification going on in times of significantly rising inflation. Now, a key element towards the end of that story is that inflation expectations get stuck as people don't notice that inflation has come down. Now, for this, the evidence from these European survey data is that actually expectations have started falling quite rapidly recently, much faster than perceptions. Previously, they were closely linked. Now they are falling. They've detached from perceptions, which is an interesting question why they have. I don't want to go into that, but actually expectations, luckily, have been falling at fairly steeply recently. The figure is for Slovakia, but it works for the whole, pretty much all European countries and the euro area as well. So I guess more work needs to be done about what happens as inflation starts to fall. There is also the fact that there can be other non-linearities, and it would be misleading just to focus on a single one of them. And another thing to consider when we think about the high inflation period is that higher inflation also brings more uncertainty about inflation. So here the picture plots a measure of uncertainty against the inflation rate. Again, this survey-based thing. The measure is the fraction of people who give round answers to questions about inflation and the share of people who say don't know. Round answers are a measure of uncertainty going back to a paper by Binder and in the JME. Basically, when people are uncertain, they just tell you a round number. So they would not say, uncertain, they would not say it's 3% or 4% or 3.4%. They would just say, I don't know, 5, 10, 15, 50. So that's what comes from literature on psychology. And so if we plot this share, we can see again a link between uncertainty and the level of inflation. And it's a well-known, in economics we tend to think about uncertainty as something that actually reduces consumption rather than increases. So we have one factor, expected inflation, perceived inflation, basically telling people to buy more, and then at the same time uncertainty is going up and it goes against. Again, we have evidence in favor of that as well. So we estimated what attentive but uncertain people do. So attentive but uncertain people are people who provide a perceived inflation figure. So they can put a number of what inflation was in the recent past. So they are paying attention to what's happening to prices. But when asked about the future, they say, I don't know. So in this category, there is a significant negative impact on consumption coming from increased inflation, kind of offsetting the impact of rising inflation expectations. So on many elements of that narrative, the jury is out there. I think it's an interesting area of research also, working with these micro databases. It's quite fascinating stuff, understanding the consumer behavior better. a quick few slides on the firm side. It has been well known from the literature on emerging markets that the frequency of price changes by firms is linked to the level of inflation. That's from a QJE by Alvarez, which shows that as the annual inflation rate rises, the firms reset prices more often. There's this flat bit at the bottom, which is where we think we operate most of the time. But the recent high inflation period brought inflation rates where we might have just caught the region of liftoff in this picture. So it is kind of legitimate to ask if there are any threshold effects that we can measure on our recent experience as well when it comes to firms' price setting. And it seems that there is. So we can get a similar picture on the firm side, again, from using data from this commission survey. Firms are asked whether they expect prices to increase, decrease, or stay the same over the next 3 months. And so we can plot the share of people who expect either price changes or price increases. And at least in retail sector, the link with inflation is pretty strong. And then you can also do the threshold estimation, and again, you get evidence of that at pretty low rates of inflation. So I guess my point is that these are interesting things to consider going ahead if we are indeed entering a world where we can get bursts of inflation that can potentially last unpleasantly long from the perspective of consumers and firms. And the policy implications, I have a question mark there, so this is more like a question for discussion, whether this sort of narrative is telling us that seeing through supply shocks, as the literature would normally recommend, is it a risky strategy? Is it something we should forget about and step in fairly on when we see such dynamics unraveling? It's also a question about the conduct of more system. So there are questions about the conduct of more systematic monetary policy. There's a literature on uncertainty about the persistence of inflation. A nice recent IMF working paper which basically argues in favor of more forceful action to basically stabilize inflation more if there is uncertainty, as robust policy in a world where there's uncertainty about persistence, to rule out some pretty unpleasant dynamics. And then, so normally we tend to think in terms of inflation targeting, but as Fiorella talked about, there are other options out there, and normally they, in the standard world, they do quite well, at least in models and in theories, they do well in stabilizing inflation expectations. The question is whether they would be a part of a problem or a part of the solution in a world where non-linearities like this exist. So thank you very much for your attention and for the questions.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thanks for elaborating on threshold effects in the area of inflation expectations and price setting. Now, I take along two figures which I wouldn't have found otherwise. So for consumer expectations, a threshold effect of 4% was shown by you, something like that. For price setting of firms, 2.36, so something like that. It's a very precise figure. So this is relevant insofar as it has implications for the reaction to supply shocks, as you pointed out in your last slide. And I found some interesting tensions with your conclusions, in reply to supply shocks. So maybe we use a couple of minutes for a first round of reactions to each other's presentations. Fiorella.
Yes, thank you. Very, very interesting presentations, both. I had a couple of reactions, one to Frank and one to Michael. On Frank, I find that you know the point you raised about uncertainty and about our star is key. So we just don't know where it is and how does that affect the conduct of monetary policy. And indeed, we did run an exercise of that sort, assuming that the central bank just doesn't realize. Maybe there is an increase in our star, but the central bank doesn't know. And so how do alternative monetary policy rules compare there? And so what we got out of this exercise is that, you know, because the central bank does not realize and it doesn't then adjust the policy stance sufficiently, there is this period of overheating of the economy. But under that circumstances, the overheating is less pronounced under an average inflation targeting type of rule, simply because that rule promised to tighten in the future to offset the overshooting. And so it seems to perform better than the inflation targeting rule. That said, the question is, what is the type of rule that indeed even an average inflation targeting central bank like the Fed is actually adopting? Is it, if it's asymmetric and then the commitment is not there in the presence of high period of inflation, then probably this mechanism would be mitigated. In reaction to the last presentation, and you had a question at the end, how would alternative rules perform under this non-linear Phillips curve? It's a very interesting question. We haven't done that. But my intuition would be that, again, the type of makeup strategy would work well. Why? Because when you are in the flat part of the Phillips curve, this is where demand shocks can drive you to the zero lower bound, and that's where the makeup strategies achieved the most benefits in stabilizing inflation expectation, minimizing the occurrence of the zero lower bound. And when you move to the steep part of the Phillips curve, that's where supply shocks might be more prominent, but that's also, and that's where the average inflation targeting would penalize because it would create a lot of output volatility. But it's also the point where the Phillips curve is steep and so monetary policy is more effective. And so that would, again, minimize the cost in terms of output volatility. So my intuition would be that probably it would be even the results would stand there.
Thank you very much. Frank, what's your take on these points, and what do you want to comment on the other presentations?
Also maybe two comments. I mean, first on your empirical results on the anchoring of inflation expectations. I mean, your findings that initially in the euro area case, it was about re-anchoring, I think is very much consistent with some of our own estimates in that, because obviously at the low interest rate environment, also long-term inflation expectations were somewhat below 2%. And so from that perspective, that's a good thing. And of course, the risk then comes when it rises above 2%. But I think it does have also implications for example, some of the evidence that Athanasios showed. If this is the policy and the intended impact from the strategy review, then actually you would expect that real rates have to fall, because you push up inflation expectations, nominal interest rates stay, and so the real rates, and that actually becomes a self-fulfilling equilibrium. And so the fact that real rates fell towards the end of the low interest rate period, I don't think is evidence of being behind the curve. I mean, it could be interpreted as evidence that actually monetary policy and the forward guidance was effective. The question then is, of course, at what point do you switch? And again, I'm not saying that central banks were maybe not too late, but one implication of that strategy is that then you have to raise, once you start, you have to raise much faster. And I think that is one of the risks. That's what central banks did. But it's also one of the risks, particularly if you think about, for example, some of the financial stability implications. And so I think that kind of trade-off central banks have to take into account. And the other, I think it's interesting to combine both of your presentations, because if agents at low inflation, say between 1% and 3%, are not, consumers, particularly households, are not very attentive, then I'm not sure average inflation targeting, which very much depends on managing inflation expectations quite precisely. You want to actually steer inflation expectations to be higher at the lower bound in order to get to the, may actually not be feasible. So my question to you is, and we did some of that work also in the Eurosystem, and we had our strategy review, how do these results of sort of the benefits of average inflation targeting hold up when you have some of those inattention features in your model? Because I understand the model you're using has a rational expectations model. So let me stop here.
Okay, thank you. Mikhail, first round of reactions, and I think I need then to again give Fiorella the opportunity to reply.
Yes, so I guess the part where of Fiorella's presentation which got me thinking was exactly about this relative ranking of alternative monetary policy regimes. My immediate reaction when I first started looking into these questions with the help of my colleagues was exactly that perhaps this could be an argument for some kind of a make-up strategy, given that it, at least in models, is very effective in anchoring expectations, and perhaps we would, through that mechanism, we would avoid actually, or mitigate, or sort of dampen some of these inflation implications of shocks that it should actually bring these topics to the fore. Then I was, my immediate reaction was very quickly calmed down with references to literature on uncertainty shocks and some of the conclusions that is coming out from there about being a conservative central banker responding strongly to inflation being more important. So I guess, this is one of those things that probably needs to be properly investigated in models, consider all the trade-offs of or the channels through which these alternative regimes operate before we can be more confident pointing in any of the directions. From Frank's slides, obviously the link to my talk would be the timing of the tax increases. So
interest increases.
Tax. So it was the shock was about carbon tax. Mm-hmm. So it's clear they have to go up in the long term, but they can go up smoothly, or they can have a steeper profile first, and obviously it has different implications then for climate change and for what happens in the real economy. But it has implications for inflation as well. So if there is a steep rise at the start, which leads to increases in inflation, if, for example, the R star is mismeasured, then we could get into some of the troubles that potentially arise in a high inflation world.
Thank you. Fiorella, do you want to react immediately?
Very quickly. So first, I completely agree. I've researched myself documenting the insensitiveness of particularly households to monetary policy, to announcements, probably to the details of the strategy. That applies to make-up strategies, probably applies also to moving from an asymmetric to a symmetric target. It applies to the effectiveness of the transmission of monetary policy. So it has very broad implications, even beyond the make-up strategies. And I know that at the Fed, when they did the review, they did a look into using the FRB US different assumptions about agents' expectations and the rationality. They found it was robust to some extent, but yeah.
Excellent. So we have time for maybe one or two questions. Birgit Niesner, please.
Thank you for this rich panel. looking at the title, we heard a lot of sophisticated challenges of monetary policy, but I would like to take you again to the polycrisis new normal, having representatives from 3 policy institutions. What makes you lie awake at night in terms of structural shift and or crisis, which may have the most damaging effect on inflation? And I mean with damaging effect on inflation, a deviation upside or downside from the target and or volatility. What is it what really, because I mean, if I had asked you these questions in 2019, nobody would have said pandemic, and it's a very personal guess, but I really would like to know where you see the dangers looming.
Is there any other question? Yes, please, Franz.
Thank you. Just recently in the Euro 50 group, I had a long discussion with Ottmar Issing, and he said the original monetary framework of a Euro system, cross-checking with monetary aggregates, something like Atanasio has proposed, and we have had it, would have been much better than the current framework. It's my question to Frank. What do you say?
Okay, so we have 2 questions. What keeps you awake at night in terms of inflation scare? So maybe all 3 of you can answer that, a small survey, totally representative. And the other question is, should we have returned to monetary targeting? I mean, to paraphrase it and exaggerate Ottmar Issing. Cross-checking, okay, pillar 2. Okay, so let's again start with the final round with Fiorella.
Yeah, so I think that several factors several of these structural developments can be equally dangerous. I would say that the supply factors, simply because they're very tangible at the moment with the energy transition, with the geopolitical tensions, which seems to loom large in the future, are those that present a bigger risk to me, to the inflation outlook at the moment. But the others, particularly R-star, might be less tangible, but depending also on the misperception, could also be potential contributors. And of course, the cross-checking is part of this broad approach to robustness of monetary policy. So I think it's very important.
Thank you. Frank, what keeps you up at night?
I mean, many of the issues we talked about, but I mean, I must say much less from the perspective of a central banker and a monetary policy advisor than just from the societal challenges, that climate change. I think these are, so, or another way of putting it, I do think our current frameworks are appropriate for, I mean, we will sort of make changes and review our current strategy by 2025. But in the big scheme of things, I think we know how to maintain price stability. Again, there will be hiccups, but also the most recent, quite extreme example shows that we can deal with that. So when I'm awake at night, I worry more about the other implications for welfare of geopolitical risks in particular, but not so much about that this complicates our life as central bankers. I think we can deal with that through these robust strategies. And even if we make mistakes, I mean, we have powerful tools. I think that's one of the lessons we've learned to sort of catch up and keep price stability in check. I mean, on the monetary, so one of the things we did in the last strategy review is actually to integrate. We actually had a look, integrate our monetary and financial analysis with the real analysis. And that's very much in the sense of cross-checking. But the reason why we did that is exactly because it's very difficult to interpret what's going on in money growth and credit growth data without understanding also what's going on in the real economy and some of the other financial markets. So that's one of the things that Would this particular our old framework, have prevented? I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. I think the biggest shock came from something that is completely outside of our ability to control, which is a war in Europe. And of course, we have to deal with the consequences. I don't think changes in the monetary policies would have made a big difference. And there is quite a bit of also actual social simulations, I think, that the BAS has done, that where you look at alternative policy responses, yes, you have some effect, but the big picture doesn't really change.
Thank you. Michael, what keeps you awake at night, and what about the second pillar?
Well, so I think my biggest worries are linked to more structural things, sort of longer-term developments, whether it is about Slovakia or the euro area. So that has unclear consequences for inflationary developments. But when it comes to the inflation itself, I think the biggest worry is about the fragility of the world. Slovakia is a small open economy, a part of a large open economy that basically, we have a war going on next door, which for Slovakia has important implications also in terms of energy supply. We sort of storages are full. The narrative is that looking to the future, there is diversification going on, so things should be safer. At the euro area level, it's probably even better in the context of just Slovakia, but all that new world is, at least to a certain, for the foreseeable future, is meant to rely on a global network of sort of LNG and these kinds of supplies, which is inherently more fragile than the kinds of supplies that we had. So, you can get these energy shocks unexpectedly quite a bit. Obviously, there are other. I mean, the whole sort of societies are more fragile and more fragmented these days, which may have implications. Which brings me to the second worry, and that's about fiscal policy. I have a past in that area, and it seems to me that somehow in a lot of countries, in a lot of places, you barely see a force that would be currently advocating fiscal responsibility. So it has kind of gone out of the political debate completely, and it's an important precondition for central banks to do that job. Whether it's going to be the markets who will bring the topic back into game, hopefully not. Ideally, you would want to build a kind of new consensus around some kind of fiscal prudence going ahead, because there are big challenges, and we haven't still sorted out the past in the area of fiscal policy.
Thank you very much to this excellent round. I think we learned a lot from you three. Thanks so much for sharing your knowledge. I hope, Birgit, we satisfied your question. In a way, I take along that basically the panel thinks that on the monetary policy side, as far as the technicalities of monetary policy, I mean, we basically know what to do. But the real problems come from shocks, political, geopolitical, supply side factors, energy was mentioned, societal developments that are beyond fiscal policy, that are basically beyond our control, and for which there are no easy answers, for monetary policy. Okay, I think this was really interesting. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for being at the last sessions. So this is an academic session about inflation, new insights. So we have three great presenters. First of all, we have Juan Andriy Garcia from the ECB, and he's going to present the return of inflation on inflation risk. So Juan, you have 15 minutes.
Okay.
thanks very much, first to the organizers, for giving us the chance to present this work here. It has been an excellent conference. And this is joint work with Ricardo Jimeno, Piers, Jose, and Michael. Ricardo Jimeno is from the Bank of Spain, so the usual disclaimer applies not only to me and the ECB, but also to the Bank of Spain and the Eurosystem. Piers, Jose, and Michael are from the University of Nottingham Department of Mathematical Finance. So let me skip this. The motivation for this paper, is fairly simple. We have been discussing this, over these 2 weeks and for long already. Inflation has fluctuated significantly off target in recent years, in particularly in the euro area, both in the past decade below target, and then we have the post-pandemic inflation surge. And in this context, inflation expectations are closely monitored. The problem is that most indicators of inflation expectations, tend to provide only the central scenario. And we know that monetary policy decisions in particular, but economic decisions in general, will benefit from having probabilities assigned to the different alternative scenarios beyond that central scenarios. So in particular, one of the goals of this paper is really showing that evidence on inflation risks across different horizons, can help better assess the persistence of inflationary shocks and also the challenges of price stability over the medium term. So just to put those comments in context, the 2 charts you have there, they show for the euro area and the US developments in year-on-year inflation rates, the solid black line, what you see, those fluctuations, but also indicators of long-term inflation expectations that we consider normally, quite stable. In particular, the dots you see in both charts are survey indicators, while the blue lines are the standard measures for long-term inflation compensation measures, the 5-year in 5-year, capturing inflation expectations between 6 and 10 years ahead. The point of this, we have been discussing, the fluctuations, in inflation during this conference, but also the inflation expectations, has fluctuated significantly. For example, in the euro area, from around 2.5% pre-global financial crisis, we reached a bottom of around 1% after the COVID outbreak, and then a very strong rebound to the pre-global financial crisis levels, with inflation surge. Again, as I was pointing out, this shows only the central scenario. The goal of this paper is really to explore inflation risks surrounding those central scenarios for inflation expectations at different horizons. And just to be clear, we obtain those inflation risks from using inflation options traded in both the euro area and the US market. So in this paper, we remain with the risk-neutral measure. We don't make any attempt to disentangle the inflation risk premia component. I will come back to this later in the presentation. So this paper makes 2 contributions, to the literature using inflation options. First of all, we introduce a robust methodology for estimating these inflation risk-neutral densities. For robustness, introducing the minimum set of assumptions allowing us to really extract, this term structure of inflation risks. In particular, I will show you evidence for inflation risks at the 2-year horizon, short term, the medium term, the 5-year, and the longer term forward, 5-year in 5-year, that matches the standard metric for the inflation compensation. In terms of interpretation, we look at the inflation risks and then document, the evolution of inflation risk both in the euro area and the US since 2009, which is when we get access to these inflation options being traded. And as a sort of corollary of our analysis, we try to assess the risk for price stability posed by the inflation surge in the post-pandemic period, but putting this in context to the historical evidence we have from the previous decade. That in the case of both the euro area and the US, I think it's important to understand, the current situation. I'm not going to elaborate, on the related literature, but this is part of a limited but growing literature using this inflation options market. My personal interpretation of this literature has evolved from the original work of Kitzel and Wright, just only focusing on one horizon, in that case, the 5-year, to attempts to really estimate, with different methodologies, the horizons of interest, in particular the long-term forward risk neutral density. So before showing you the results, let me just give you a brief overview of the key messages I want to make. Honoring, the title of this session, I hope to show you that inflation risk neutral densities provide important insights, and these insights, go from allowing monitoring risks at different horizons, assessing the persistence of inflationary shocks, and also some novel information on expectations formation. Because we move beyond that point forecast into a density forecast, and the dynamics of that metric, are much richer. In terms of interpretation, we document that there are significant differences between the euro area and the US inflation risks. In particular, the Fed and the ECB have faced very distinct challenges to price stability, in the last decade, and turning into the common shock that, as was documented by Fiorella, was quite symmetric across many economies. The recent inflation surge, the challenges to price stability seems to be relatively contained, on both sides of the Atlantic. A bit more in the euro area, where there are some potential vulnerabilities, in the formation of US expectations. And in any case, this, despite that being relatively well contained, inflation risks, deserve close monitoring, and the type of indicators, I'm going to show you, these inflation risk neutral densities, could be very instrumental in that regard. I'm not going to describe in detail, the methodology. Unfortunately, for this, the devil is really in the details, but I'll give you a big overview of what the main issues are. We have strike prices for inflation caps and floors. These caps and floors for inflation, work as for any other financial instrument, like interest rates or FX. In theory, they are available of a large number of strikes, up to 14. But in practice, liquidity and market activity is concentrated in very few number of both caps and floors. On average, since 2009, I would say you have access to 4 caps and 4 floors active over the whole sample. That imposes some restrictions in the estimation of the risk neutral densities, and that's what I refer to as a robust methodology can handle, these limitations of the data. But you have to clean the data significantly. We also use inflation link swaps and OIS rates, the derivation of these risk neutral densities. And it's important that I will talk about 2 different kinds of risk neutral densities. First, the spot risk neutral densities are estimated directly for the traded horizons, for example, the 2-year, the 5-year, or the 10-year. For that, we use a non-parametric approach that, without imposing any sort of functional form, allows us to accommodate any potential asymmetry of fat tails that are in the data. And in terms of practicalities, we implement spline interpolation and extrapolation in the volatility space, as has been shown in the literature. That is the most robust way, imposing no arbitrage conditions. The second are the forward risk neutral densities that are needed to be derived for the non-traded horizons of interest, like, for example, the 5-year. For that, we propose a student T-copula that provides, significant flexibility over the 16 methods in the literature. So let me show you, the evidence on the risk neutral densities. This is for the euro area, short-term, medium-term, long-term. I mean, the key message for these charts, I mean, is that there is this predominance of these blue lines that reflect the probability assigned to inflation outcomes below the 2% level, and this holds for most of the sample in the recent inflation surge, not only at short-term horizons and medium-term, but also at long-term ones. A more standard representation, I mean, of these probabilities is in terms of the upper tail for high inflation or lower tail. You have the three horizons there, the darker the line, the longer the horizon. But I would like to draw your attention for interpretation in a way of summarizing this to the balance of risks, which is calculated as the probability above 2% minus the probability below 2%. We found this indicator particularly interesting because it provides not only a directional signal on the risk to price stability, whether you are likely to miss the target from above or from below, but also of the magnitude of that risk given the difference. For example, in the case of the euro area, I mean, you see that short and medium-term balance of risks, I mean, declined significantly into negative territory early on in the past decade and only rebounded strongly with the inflation surge post-pandemic. Importantly, in the euro area, you also get, I mean, a decline after holding for a while. I mean, also the long-term risks, I mean, dive into negative territory, suggesting, I mean, there was a significant entrenchment of low inflation risks in the euro area. In contrast, in the US, I mean, despite some episodes, I mean, you see that there's a much more balanced, particular medium-term horizons, and in particular, at long-term horizons, I mean, between above and below 2%. This is reflected in the dynamics of this balance of risks. I mean, the dark line, I mean, as you see, I mean, fluctuates over the whole sample slightly above the zero level, I mean, pointing out to predominantly upside risks, I mean, to inflation in the US, in contrast to what happens in the euro area. Beyond this documentation of this magnitude of the inflation risks, I mean, we use a simple pass-through model as the one Vincenzo was introducing, I mean, this morning to analyze the dynamics of these inflation risks. I mean, and then I will show you evidence on the pass-through from backward-looking information, basically actual inflation developments, but also on forward-looking information embodied in the short-term inflation expectations, how this has translated over time into medium and long-term inflation risks. Turning to inflation, I mean, there are some episodes, the blue charts are for the euro area, the red ones are for the US, and the top panel is medium term, the bottom panel long end. There are some episodes, I mean, of a strong pass-through, I mean, from actual inflation, but particularly at the long end, I mean, there's very little action even within the inflation surge. So this is, we believe, I mean, this is part of the problem of mechanically inferring that actual inflation developments are going to be translated into the pricing of these risks. We do a more structural interpretation of the investigation of the inflation dynamics, decomposing them between trend inflation, capturing persistent influences, and cyclical influences. I mean, that chart, I mean, shows this decomposition between these two components. And when we reapply the pass-through, there is a very strong and significant pass-through at medium term. But despite the fact that for the euro area in that late last decade significant period, it has significant pass-through, it has declined gradually. The inflation surge, the only thing it did is seems to attenuate, I mean, they decline, but they has declined now into non-significant territory. Same analysis for the US, I mean, points to the very strong impact at medium-term horizons, but also confined there and not translated into long-term inflation risks. We interpret this together with the evidence from the using overall inflation. I mean, we interpret this evidence as suggesting that this inflation risk priced not only inflation at face value as observed, but the markets really take into account the persistent components that could be important, I mean, for these medium and long-term horizons in the pricing. In terms of the likelihood of the entrenchment of inflation risks, I mean, we look at the pass-through for some-term inflation risk into medium-term and long-term, as before, blue lines for the euro area, red lines for the US. The top panel is the medium-term. There is a strong and significant over the whole sample pass-through at medium-term horizons, but there are important differences in the long-term horizons. In the euro area, it peaked at around 2018 at a significant level, and as I pointed out before, I mean, it has been declining thereafter to become, I mean, non-statistically significant. In the US, instead, I mean, it has been relatively muted in magnitude, but has remained statistically significant for most of the sample, what makes the long-term inflation risks in the US more vulnerable to shifts in these short-term risks. I mean, should the inflation or the last stage of the convergence towards target, I mean, become a bit bumpy. Those are remarks, but this is, I mean, just let me conclude, I mean, by some remarks, I mean, highlighting, I mean, the key messages. I mean, those inflation risk neutral densities offer important insights, I mean, for the inflation outlook, and in particular, I mean, we can monitor using them short, medium, and long-term horizons. In terms of the evidence, I mean, both the US and the euro area inflation risks, they have completely different characteristics. In particular, I mean, over the past decade, that should also be taken into account to interpret, I mean, the situation right now where the pass-through from short-term expectations and risks suggest that risks to price stability are already relatively contained. But close monitoring of these indicators, I mean, could provide, I mean, important insights, I mean, in the last stage of convergence to target. Thank you.
So we have time for a few questions. So is there any questions?
Fascinating presentation. For me, the question is, you have a number of interesting charts there, and then you came out while US and Europe, how to say, has broadly the same effects there, but before you had different charts there. I wasn't aware whether your charts allowed to explain why the inflation persistence in US is higher than what we see in Europe. Does this come out of your estimates there? I mean, I see different developments, but for me, what I actually observe is that the US, the inflation is stickier than in Europe. Well, my question is, do I see it somewhere in the chart in order to explain it? This would be, for me, helpful.
In the charts, if I can go back.
At least you didn't allude to it, was for me.
Well, for example, the pass-through to short-term and medium-term from actual inflation is much stronger in the US than it is in the euro area. That you can see, I mean, for the comparison of the panels.
So this would be an indication, not only something which one see, and you would causally link it that this higher pass-through is one of the reasons why inflation is more persistent or stickier than in Europe. This would be your explanation, okay. I was missing this in your presentation because this is something which is important for a policymaker. Thank you.
Okay, I understand.
Seeing that we have a second question here.
Thank you, very interesting. I did similar work a few years ago. So I was wondering, so you talk about inflation risk. Back then we also distinguished between the inflation expectation and the inflation risk premium, which can also be inferred from market prices. Are you also looking into that? So the inflation risk premium?
That's in the agenda. But first, I mean, we wanted really to understand, I mean, the dynamics of these risk-neutral measures, I mean, before embarking into this. I don't know at which horizon, I mean, you use this decomposition, but that's one of the remarks, I mean, or suggestion for further work I wanted to flag. I mean, didn't have time with the presentation, but that's there. I mean, the problem is how you do it. I mean, you need to impose very strong assumptions, I mean, to decompose that. And normally the approach has been either you derive a physical density out of the macro model or a time series model, but then when you contrast this to the market, that may not be, the one the market is pricing. So we think, the best way forward, would be to join estimation of both the physical and the risk neutral densities. And then you can use the power of the time series and the macro models at the short end, and the power of the information from the market at the long end.
Yeah, thank you. I think that would be very interesting to see. Yeah, thank you.
We have time for one or two more questions. Are there more questions? I have a question. Yeah. If you think about your paper, are you really looking at inflation risk, or are you looking at the perception of risk from the financial markets?
Yeah, when you remain, in this...
Because if you think about it, when you look at, I'm not so familiar with the data set, but when we look at the SPF, it's kind of pretty funny because they make quite a lot of mistakes, and their forecasts are not that great, and even when inflation is very high, they still make autocorrected mistakes. So do you really think you're looking at risk, or you're looking at some kind of assessment of the market expectations?
Well, it's like when we look at inflation compensation, we talk about inflation expectations of the private sector. This is the private sector assessment of inflation risks in each economic area, by definition.
So this is how you will spin. Okay.
Yeah, I use inflation risks for short, but that's what I stress, that, okay, we remain with the risk neutral measure.
Perfect. Is there any question online? Any more questions? Okay, so thank you very much. So next we have Jean-Paul Lullier from Brandeis University, and he's going to present a more theoretical paper, which is called Can Supply Shocks Be Inflationary with a Flat Phillips Curve?
Great. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be in such a great conference. I had a lot of fun and learned a lot. So like Alex said, this is a little bit more of a theoretical work, but as you will see, the lessons that come out of this approach for the implementation of optimal monetary policy are, I think, quite thought-provoking. And so, in the spirit of the conference, I'm going to try to emphasize that throughout the presentation. So this is called Can Supply Shocks Be Inflationary with a Flat Phillips Curve? And it's joint work with Greg Fallon. So let me set the stage by laying down two facts about business cycle data, in particular with regards to inflation. Fact number one is the Phillips curve is very flat. So what we mean here is, think about the housing bubble of the early 2000s, think about the Great Recession, think about QE 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those were episodes where the output gap was very large, either positive or negative, it doesn't matter, or there was a large amount of monetary easing, and despite those developments, inflation remained remarkably stable. Okay? Given these episodes, there's now a growing literature looking empirically at the slope of the Phillips curve. So papers by Del Negro and others, Hazel and others, very important work looking at the slope of the Phillips curve. Fact number two is, well, supply shocks are inflationary. Think about the 1970s, think about the post-COVID episode that we just went through. Inflation just moves a lot when supply shocks hit. And so the starting point of the paper is going to be the following. We're going to point out that despite these two facts, in our opinion, being very important to characterize inflation dynamics, these are, seems to us like first-order facts that we want to fit with our models, it turns out that standard models cannot fit these two facts at the same time. So why is that? If you have a model that gives you a flat Phillips curve, then it means that your price is very rigid. Your price level is very rigid. Okay? But then a very rigid price level cannot generate inflation, cannot give you inflation out of supply shocks. And this is a shortcoming of the Calvo, it's a general shortcoming of standard price inflations, Calvo, Taylor, Rothenberg, and Menuchov. So I'm going to develop this point a little bit more in the context of the New Keynesian model later on, okay? And so what are we going to propose in this paper given that shortcoming? What we're going to say is that the data actually want a model that has the following two features. Feature number one is prices are sticky when demand shifts. That's going to give you fact number one of the flat Phillips curve. But at the same time, prices are flexible when supply shifts. And so the conjunction of these two features we're going to call shock dependence. And so to make it clear, so this is different from the important notions in the literature that have been considered as time dependence state dependence. So state dependence, for example, is different from state dependence. State dependence is what matters for whether firms adjust prices or not is how far away they are from their optimal price. So this is different. What we're going to say is we're going to maintain the approach here is that it is the type of shock that hits firms that has implications to whether firms are going to react in their pricing decision or not. And so the name of the game is going to be, given that idea, is going to be to provide a micro-foundation for a shock-dependent pricing friction. This micro-foundation that we're going to provide is going to be based on a strategic interaction between firms and consumers. And that strategic interaction is going to lead to two results. Firms are going to avoid increasing prices when demand increases. So that's going to give you fact number one. But at the same time, firms are going to pass on cost increases to consumers without any problems. So kind of to give you an idea of the type of behavior, firm behavior I have in mind here, let me show you this empirical evidence. So the paper has a very short empirical section, which is this one. And this is obviously subject to interpretation, right? But what we have in mind here is basically the idea that we find fascinating that firms do want to justify increasing prices as a need to cover increases in costs. So for example, this is from Anna Taqueria that, you know, if you have been to the Boston area for conferences or for other reasons, which is a Mexican restaurant in the Boston area that has great food, by the way, so you should go if you go. It says, they posted this sign actually back when I was a PhD student at MIT. And I actually found it so fascinating that I grabbed the poster, the sign that I had posted, and asked them if I could make a photocopy of it. And this is what remained of it. They said, our prices have changed. Due to an increase in costs, we have raised our prices. We're proud of our low prices and make every effort to keep our costs down. Thank you for your understanding. And so to clarify, what we're going to do here is we're going to have a model that we're not going to have behavioral assumptions. So we're going to have a model where all agents are rational, but this type of firm behavior is going to emerge out of our setup due to the strategic environment that we're going to write down. Okay? And so why should we care about this? Well, in this conference where we have kind of talked about so many fascinating facets of monetary policy and more generally economic policy, these are the aggregate and policy implications. So supply shocks, despite you being able to have long periods of time where inflation just seems to be dead, supply shocks make inflation come alive. And in fact, there is no price dispersion in our model because prices are flexible when supply shocks hit, meaning that the reaction of prices when supply shocks hits is efficient. So there is a very Hayekian kind of type of flavor in our paper. Okay, so Friedrich Hayek, he said, well, you should let the price system react to what's going on in the economy. And that's exactly what happens in our model. When costs increase because there has been a supply shocks, firms increase prices. And so there is no business for the government intervening and dampening the increase in prices because it's actually the efficient reaction of the price of the goods market. Okay, so the inflation that you get out of supply shocks is efficient. And that's something I'm going to stress, and I'm going to show some simulations down the road. If a central bank raises rates because the central bank doesn't like the raising inflation, the central bank is going to generate a negative demand shock. And remember, so in our model, we're going to have a flat Phillips curve at the same time, meaning that the sacrifice ratio is going to be very big, potentially infinite. So basically, with a flat Phillips curve, there's little or no effect in inflation. So the action of raising rates in order to bring down inflation is going to be completely ineffective, and the central bank is going to generate a big demand fall in aggregate demand that leads to a welfare loss. And the reason is the demand shock is inefficient. Okay, and so also when supply conditions normalize, inflation can come back down seamlessly. When supply, because firms have flexible prices to supply, and so when supply conditions react, the inflation episode is over. So those are the policy implications that the paper provides, and I'm going to go back to them in a little bit. So let me talk about this shortcoming of the standard model. So let me look at supply shocks in the New Keynesian model. The equation that you see on the slide is very familiar to all of us. That's the New Keynesian Phillips curve in its structural form. And what I want you to notice is the term in red is the markup shock, right, in the closed economy version of the model, and it has a coefficient lambda in front of it. Lambda and kappa are the slope of the Phillips curve, okay? And this is the structural Phillips curve. Now, this lambda is estimated by a wide range of papers in the literature to be very small. So for example, the estimate that I'm putting on the slide, 0.0020, comes from the paper by Del Negro, Primicelli, Lenza, and Tambalotti on the Phillips curve. So what does that mean? So the way the literature proceeds is a normalization of this markup shock, calling it sort of a shock, another sort of reduced form shock, nu, which is lambda times z, which means that, to us, this is a little bit of a tricky normalization, because what you're saying is, if I want to generate a 1 percentage point increase in inflation, then I need a shock, a markup shock, a micro-founded shock that is 1 divided by 0.0020, meaning of a size 500%. And as all of you know, when you have supply shocks episodes, inflation increases by more than 1 percentage point. So if your steady-state markup is 12.5%, which is kind of a standard value that I took from, textbook value that I took here from Gali, this means that the new desired markup of firms has increased to 575%. Okay, a number that seems questionable, to say the least, right? And so what's going on here? So what's going on here, this is actually, the Calvo model is a great model. We all like it because it has very nice properties, it's very tractable, and for those right reasons, it has become a benchmark model for the analysis of monetary policy. But what we want to highlight here is that when it comes to the analysis of supply shocks, it is problematic. It is not, it has a feature that is problematic, and the feature is that the model implies the same degree of stickiness for all shocks. And so if you want to generate a flat Phillips curve, then you end up with this type of implications for supply shocks. So this is related to the well-known, to some of us that work on this literature, Charry-Kehoe-McGrattan critique. But here what we're emphasizing is that this is intimately linked to the price behavior implied by the Calvo model, okay? And so, this is kind of, relatedly, for example, the literature has tried to solve this problem. For example, Frank has a paper in 2006 where he proposes to think about markup shocks as coming from a flexible price sector. So there's a paper that he wrote when he was writing in parallel, I guess, his very influential work on Bayesian analysis of business cycles using DSGE models. And he proposes to think about markup shocks as coming from a flexible price sector. So what we're going to do here is slightly different. We're going to say it's perhaps not a flexible price sector, but it's perhaps that all sectors in the economy have this behavior where prices are more flexible when supply shocks hit. Okay, and that is going to carry important policy lessons. So why don't I go ahead and tell you what the type of model that we have in mind. So, and I'm going to do this providing some intuition first. I have 5 minutes left, so I don't know how much of the equations I'm actually going to be able to provide, but I'll try to give you a flavor. So the key assumption is that we have superiorly informed firms. So basically, in our model, firms have more information about aggregate shocks than consumers. So imagine, firms looking at the wage bill and having more information about the supply side of the economy, or looking at the kind of total sales of the past few days and figuring out faster than consumers what aggregate demand is. And so the crucial point is that that assumption of firms having better information together with price setting is going to imply a strategic interaction with consumers that is going to lead to the following results. So supply shocks are going to lead to price flexibility, and demand shocks are going to lead to price stickiness. Why is that? Let me go step by step. And the supply shocks, the crucial point is that costs are not payoff relevant to consumers. Consumers, all they care about is the parameters of the utility function, their income. In a decentralized market, they just compute their demand. Firms look at the demand, they set a price to maximize profits, and so you end up with your very standard micro, kind of like undergrad micro monopoly problem, where obviously the price reacts to the marginal cost of the firm. And there's actually no strategic concerns between firms and consumers. Prices are flexible. Things are more interesting with demand shocks, because now information that the firm has is payoff relevant to the consumer. So basically, let me tell the story in the following way. Here what happened is that the firm, so the information about aggregate demand is payoff relevant to the consumer, meaning that in a model like us, where there's aggregate demand complementarities, if I know that aggregate demand is higher, that also means that I should consume more and should be willing to pay kind of a higher prices because my demand should shift outwards. But firms, the problem is that firms have an incentive to misrepresent the state, because the firm makes higher profits when aggregate demand is high. And so the firm wants to basically pretend that aggregate demand is high, increase prices in order for consumers to spend more. But rational consumers understand this, and therefore price increases are not necessarily credible. In equilibrium, therefore, there's a strategic friction because of this incentive problem of the firm, and that leads to price stickiness. So kind of a way that I like to tell the story is, let me tell you a story, is what I call the movie-going problem. Yes, I know. Let me just tell the story because I think it should be clear. So the movie-going problem is, it's like when a friend tells you, wants to hang out and tells you, let's go do this. And I know that your friend likes doing that. And so you're a little bit suspicious if you should do that, right? It's like, I have that problem with my wife all the time. My wife loves watching movies. And so for her, going to the cinema is great all the time. I don't mind going to the cinema, but only when movies are really great. And so, my wife is going to tell me, why don't we go to the movies tonight? I think I've looked at the reviews of this movie, and it's great. I think you're going to like it. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe I don't know if I should trust that, not because I don't trust my wife, but it's because, she has an incentive here, which is to go to the movies. Here's the same. The firm has an incentive to raise prices because the firm likes that. And so consumers are a little bit suspicious when the firm knows what the aggregate demand is. So that's exactly what happens. And with cost shocks, this incentive problem doesn't arise because raising prices when costs increase is credible because the firm cannot affect the demand of the consumers. Anyway, so I clearly, how much I'm going to skip the details of the model. What I want to show you is basically what I get at the end of the day. So basically, this proposition gives you the Phillips curve that we find. So this Phillips curve says, so there's a cutoff in the fraction of informed consumers, so that cutoff governs how much information asymmetry there is between the firm and the consumer. That's not important now. What's important is the equation you see on the slide. So the Phillips curve we obtain is inflation is equal to kappa times the output gap plus the supply shock. So notice that there's no coefficient in front of it. This is kind of your old-style Phillips curve that shifts up and down with supply shocks. And the point we're making is the New Keynesian model doesn't give you that. And so basically, a way to think about the paper is that it is okay to the practice of appending a markup shock to the Phillips curve is correct, is a good practice. But basically what we're saying is that implicitly when you do that, you are assuming that prices are more flexible when supply shocks. And so, our paper has done the math to obtain that type of equation. It's basically, when you do that, a practice of appending a markup shock to the Phillips curve, you are already assuming that prices are more flexible to supply shocks, so that there is shock dependence in a sense. And so now inflation can move one-to-one with the supply shocks, like the way we liked in old-style macro, okay? So these are the simulations I promised. These are the effects of the supply shock. So that is plotting inflation, output gap, interest rate, and welfare, okay? And the colors are different hawkishness of the central bank. The blue is a central bank that doesn't react to inflation at all. Red is a kind of a midway hawkish central bank, a coefficient on the interest rate rule of 1.5. And 3 is a more hawkish central bank with a coefficient of 3 on inflation in the Taylor rule. And so as you can see, all central banks virtually achieve the same outcome for inflation. That is because the Phillips curve is flat in our model. So basically, raising the interest rate and affecting demand has no effects on the output gap because firms do not react to their prices do not react to demand. Okay, so that's what you get with the flat Phillips curve. But the more hawkish central bank generates a negative output gap. The intermediate red generates a midway output gap, and the blue one doesn't generate an output gap at all. That's the efficient reaction of the goods market. So output has gone down. If I were to plot output, you would see that output goes down, but there's no output gap. Supply shocks don't generate output gaps in our model. The reason is that prices are flexible. So inflation increases, and demand adjusts, but there's no output gap. Okay? And obviously, you can see that the more hawkish central bank is the one that generates the biggest welfare losses. The central bank that doesn't react to inflation is the one that doesn't generate any welfare losses at all. And so the takeaway is this idea of shock dependence and how it changes our way to thinking about the role of monetary policy in the face of supply shocks. Okay, just to clarify, this is the model that we have in the paper is just one model that gives you shock dependence, but there's obviously other models that you could think about, and we think that's kind of an interesting way forward when we're trying at least empirically to capture the effect of supply shocks that we all know tend to move inflation a lot, whereas demand shocks do not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean-Paul, very much for the presentation. Is there any questions? I think, yeah, sorry, you're the next one.
Okay, Daniel Hardy from the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. I was wondering how you might think we might empirically test this versus an alternative where just some sectors are more flexible than others, and you have commodity price shocks that gets transmitted to oil prices, and that drives it versus your model.
Okay, can I have the rest of the slides again? So we have a test that I obviously didn't have the chance to present, which is just simple VAR. Previous slide, please. Oh, actually, I can move that. Previous slide. This is showing the reaction of the US CPI to demand versus supply versus demand shocks. So for brevity, let me not tell you how I did this, but this is with external instruments that we grabbed from the literature. And so for a normalized effect of industrial production at 24 horizons onwards, the orange is the demand shock, so it leads to a positive effect on industrial production. The blue one is supply, it leads to a negative effect on industrial production. Both raise inflation. You can see that the US CPI reacts by more in the case of supply shock. So that is consistent with our model. I'm working on a paper where we have survey evidence, where we ask firms, why do you increase prices? For example, we have a survey of German businesses at the opening of the economy in March 2021, after COVID, where many of those businesses that we have in the survey increased prices by a large amount. And we asked them, why did you increase your prices? Did you increase your prices because there's pent-up demand, because you have a line, because you're not? These are hairdressing businesses, actually. So we see their booking systems, like they cannot accommodate everybody. There's a line. And they literally very clearly say, we're not reacting to demand. We're not trying to close demand. What we're doing is we're increasing prices because of the hygiene costs. Masks, disinfectants, all of distancing, all of the procedures that were in place after COVID that increase their cost. And they're increasing, they say they're increasing prices due to that. We're running a survey where we're going to ask consumers, do you think it's okay for firms to increase prices when their costs have increased? So the other side of the coin. Another even better way that I haven't developed very much in my research is looking at the microdata and looking at for identified supply and demand shocks, which of those generate more price flexibility in the microdata. But that's what I can tell you so far.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Just a short question to understand your counterintuitive results. So if I understand correctly, in your model, if there is strong demand, firms simply increase the output, right? So it's not the case that there's excess demand that cannot be satisfied, and it's not the case that firms increase the price to bring up a new equilibrium, but it's really the case that even though firms have a supply shock perhaps, they still increase output in order to satisfy this high demand without increasing prices, which...
Yeah, so that's what happens. So it depends how you define excess demand. In the haircutting businesses survey, there is clearly a number of clients that cannot be served, but they're going to be served down the line. So it depends how you think about the functioning of the market. But in our model, yes. So the problem is firms cannot credibly increase prices, and because they have an incentive to do so in all states of the world. So there's this strategic friction. And so in equilibrium, the outcome that arises is sticky prices, which is an optimal way to deal with the incentive problem. And therefore, that means when demand goes up, firms are going to sell more, but they're going to keep prices unchanged. When demand goes down, they're going to keep the same prices, but they're going to sell less. That's what arises in our environment. And I'm happy to kind of try to explain the intuition again, or go through the equations of the model to explain how that works. But the basic point is the firm wants to increase prices. The firm likes it. And so if I can convince you, then I would make higher profits. But therefore, you would not believe me if I increase prices. And so therefore, in equilibrium, what I end up doing is not increasing prices at all. My prices do not move with aggregate demand. Instead, when my costs increase, I tell you, hey, sorry, my costs have increased. You know, that's what it is. I need to keep my business going, and so I'm increasing my prices. And that's credible because you know the firm wouldn't do that if the costs had gone down. If costs have to go down, the firm lowers prices. That's what's good for business. And so that's why there's no strategic friction in the case of costs. That's kind of like the insight that, in my opinion, the paper provides in terms of the behavior of firms that have more information than consumers.
One more question? Yep.
Franz Nauschnig, my question is, wouldn't it be the more efficient reaction of a central bank, for example, if you have an energy price shock, to finance additional energy supply when to have to increase prices? Because when you react to the supply shock and not to the demand shock, and in your paper, in your environment, this would be more efficient.
That would be welfare increasing. It would not be efficient in the sense that, you know, if there's a shock, of course, if you think you can deal with the shock, it's even better. I fully agree with you. You know, is like the press was saying, you know, why is the central bank increasing rates? It's not that that's going to bring more oil to the economy, right? So you would expect, you know, the best thing to do would be to deal with the supply shock directly in order to avoid the increasing prices. I fully agree with that. What the paper is just saying is increasing rates, it doesn't bring down inflation in a model in this type of economy where you have a flat Phillips curve, and it generates a welfare loss. That's what the model is saying. I fully agree with you. I'm 100% on board with that.
Okay, thank you very much. This is, I guess, a very provocative paper. So next, now we have Karin Kleber, who is my colleague, and she's going to present maximally forward-looking core inflation. The floor is yours.
Thanks. Thanks a lot for the short introduction. I have the honor to give the last presentation for this conference, and it will be about the maximally forward-looking core inflation. This work is co-authored with Philippe Goulet-Colombe and Christophe Barrette from the University du Québec Montréal, and also with Maximilian Göbel from Bocconi University. Since I'm affiliated with the Austrian Central Bank, the usual disclaimer applies, and everything I say and I show you today are our own views. I would like to start by showing you inflation developments for the euro area. So here you see the HICP inflation rate in year-over-year changes, which we usually refer to as headline inflation. You also see core inflation, so this is HICP excluding energy and food, and the trimmed mean. And what we see from this plot here is that, first of all, the two measures, so core inflation and trimmed mean, that are supposed to kind of show us the underlying developments in inflation, are less volatile, which is by construction, but also that they are often lagging behind a bit. So especially when you look at the recent search, for example, we see that core inflation, but also the trimmed mean, they lag behind. And this also holds for other countries, so for example, for the US. I mean, for the US, it holds that, especially for the recent search. So let me mention, here you see the PCE inflation rate and core PCE and the trimmed mean. And for the recent search for the US, I mean, we know that in the US, the search was mainly driven, or a key driver was goods price pressures, right? Whereas in the euro area, we really had a large commodity price shock. This is why the core inflation rate is here more timely, but still you see that the trimmed mean is lagging behind. And this still holds when we look at more timely transformations. So here, for example, instead of showing you the year-over-year rate, which we usually look at, we can also look at the quarter-over-quarter rate, and again, for the trimmed mean, you still see this is kind of lagging behavior. And before I get to our contribution, let me show you, or let me give you a quick overview on existing core inflation measures and how they are built, and also the properties we would like them to have. So the the measures I showed you so far, they are built on heuristics. So we have permanent exclusion measures like the core inflation rate. So a priori, we decide to exclude energy and food. There are extensions. So for example, in the US, it is also common to look at PC supercore, which is then core services minus housing. We also have temporary exclusion measures like, for example, the trimmed mean or median CPI, where you exclude the tails of the distribution. So you take the monthly price growth distribution and you exclude the tails. And then we have model-based measures, and this is certainly not a complete list. There are many measures out there, but I would highlight two very important ones that we are also tracking and following. This is the multivariate core trend measure from Stock and Watson from the Fed New York here, and it's the PCCI, the persistent and common component of inflation that is reported by the ECB. And both measures here, they are based on unsupervised techniques, so it's a factor model approach that is extracting the common component of the underlying data, so the underlying price growth series. And an important question is, what do we actually want to have? So what are the properties that we would like to get? And first of all, this is low bias. So this means we want to get the same or similar long-run average than headline. The second is low volatility, so in a sense we want to extract signal from noise. And the third one is, especially when we are trying to pursue a forward-looking monetary policy, we also like to have a low error when we forecast headline inflation, so that we can really see where inflation is going in the medium term. The last point would be also nice to have. This is rather subject to another project that we are doing. So it would be nice if it was also highly reactive to monetary policy and real activity conditions, because what we then would see is really the parts that we can actually influence as a central bank, right? So our contribution is the following. We are really focusing on this third property that I showed you. So we really want to get a good forecasting performance, and we do this in a supervised manner. So we write a very simple machine learning regression problem. So we take a simple machine learning algorithm that kind of focuses on getting good predictions. So in fact, we're trying to assemble and aggregate inflation subcomponents so that the aggregate is maximally predictive of future headline inflation. And we call our model this regression, the assemblage regression, because we're assembling inflation subcomponents. And the resulting product that we get is called ALBA-core for adaptive learning-based core inflation. And so this is my slide about the methodology. I will keep it short, but just to show you what we are doing, we have two versions. So first of all, we are using this assemblage regression, which is a generalized non-negative rich regression, to really assemble inflation subcomponents. So we call it supervised weighting, because we're really taking the inflation subcomponents as regressors and we regress it on future headline inflation. And we optimize this loss function here, which is basically a linear regression with a regularization term, so that we can also use really a large set of regressors and inflation subcomponents. Important here is that we want to have non-negative coefficients, because we want to interpret them as weights, right? And they should sum to 1. And the second version is a supervised trimming version. So here what we do is we take the inflation subcomponents, we order them from lowest to highest values, and then we are trying to learn which part of this distribution is important when it comes to predicting inflation. Okay, so we do this for the US and for the euro area. Today I will focus on the euro area, but I also have 2 slides for the US so that we can compare maybe also, especially important, the recent surge and recent months. We do this for different horizons. Today I will focus on the 12 steps ahead, because it's a rather short to medium term that is highly relevant for monetary policy. And we are using different levels of disaggregation. And you see that we can handle a rather low number of inflation subcomponents, obviously, but we can also go very large. So for the US, for example, in level 6, we have 215 components that we are assembling to get this kind of maximally predictive core inflation measure. Our benchmarks are, in this forecasting exercise, headline inflation and a wide range of other core inflation measures that are out there, and we tested before COVID and also after COVID, so we get the search. What we find for the forecasting performance is that both measures work well. So in general, we find this for all levels of disaggregation, for all horizons that we test. And we also find that mostly Albacore ranks is doing better, and we find larger gains for the search and the recent periods. And I'm afraid for now you just have to trust me that this is true, because I would rather spend the rest of my time showing you the measures and the features and not the large forecasting table. But it is in the paper and in the appendix. But let's say we have a good forecasting performance and we want to see where this is coming from, right? And so what I show you here is how our regression assembles the subcomponents. Okay, so here we have level 4, which means we are assembling 90 subcomponents in the euro area, and then I sum the weights so that you can actually see something. So here in the bars, you see the weights that we get from our model, and in the red dots, you see what is the official headline inflation weight. So 2 main messages. First, remember that we are not excluding food and energy a priori, and still we find that they get low weight, or at least food half the weight that it would get, because they are too volatile, right? When we take a 12 steps ahead horizon, they don't get a lot of weight because they are highly volatile. Instead, we get higher weight for services, and also here for housing, which is housing services like repairs and services for, mainly repairs and rents also. We also get communication and other services. And we explain this by the fact that those are the components that are rather persistent, or at least more persistent. And so they are a better indicator for medium-term developments in this case. When we look at our trimming version, we find, first of all, that similar to a usual trimmed mean inflation, the tails are trimmed, but also that this trimming is highly asymmetric. So instead of, for example, trimming the lower 15% and the upper 15%, we see here that our measure actually puts quite a lot of weight on the middle to upper part of this distribution. Okay, and we explain this, or like in the literature, some arguments that could explain this are actually like intuitively price setting behavior of firms, right? That firms tend to change prices more frequently when we are increasing than when prices are decreasing. Then there is this rockets and feathers phenomenon. I think it's from the energy and fuel price markets, which shows that, or which says that rocket prices tend to rise like rockets but fall like feathers. And then a more statistical argument would be that also the monthly price distribution is in fact asymmetric. So if you focus really on a symmetric trimming or only on the medium, you might depart from the underlying trend, especially also during pandemic when this distribution shifted to the right. So our measure looks like this. I again show you HICP core inflation trimmed mean, but also now you see Albacore ranks, which is our trimming version, and Albacore comps. And I think the most important takeaway here is that due to this focus on the middle to upper part, we see that we are not getting this dip after COVID. Instead, our measure shows us some upward pressures quite early in the mid-2020. And then Albacore comps, for example, is more in line with traditional measures, but we get the turning point a little bit earlier, so we see this disinflation. And in the recent periods, which I would like to highlight here, we see that we get this slight easing of this fast disinflation process that we had. And in this slide, I focus on the different contributions of the main aggregates. So you see the contribution from energy, food, NIC, which is non-energy industrial goods, and services. And what we find is, what was important for the search is, in fact, that we don't exclude food and energy a priori, because I mean, we assign low weights to them, right? But still, if those dynamics are so strong, which we saw, we still get positive contribution, and this helps us a bit in getting these pressures a bit earlier. And then for the disinflation, what we know is, right, goods price pressures eased and also commodity price pressures eased. So we get this when we are at the top. In recent periods, especially when you look at albacore comps, we see this persistent pressure that we still get from services. So we also find this in our measure. Yeah, and I think I have 1 more minute to show you the US, because I think it's 2 more minutes. Good. To show you the US, because I think it's interesting. I mean, the main story is the same, but of course, the inflationary pressures and also the deflation is a bit, disinflation, sorry, it's not a deflation, is a bit different from what we saw in the euro area. So, I mean, the main message, again, remains the same. So we have this albacore ranks, which is not showing this dip after COVID and giving us quite some pressures in the early or mid-2020s. And again, this is due to this asymmetric trimming that we are seeing here. And then for comps, again, energy is basically out and food goods get half the weight, and more important are services. And you see, again, more harmony for the periods right after COVID, but then also, again, for the disinflation, we get this early sign of the disinflation, but also that it tends to be, less fast and less strong than we saw in the euro area, right? So when I show you, again, this decomposition, you see why this is the case. So for the US, we really see that the goods price pressures were stronger, and then they were really the key drivers. You see this especially for albacore ranks, which also helps us to get this timely indication. And now recently, we still see pressures from services and goods inflation, so rather the core of our components. And interesting for the US, because I think we saw this in the second slide already, that the trim mean is really lagging behind a lot. And here you see why this is the case, because it puts quite some weight on shelter. And we know in the US, shelter is kind of a tricky component in this inflation set because it's a lagging indicator. And you see here, indeed, that we get this very lagging behavior when we focus so much on shelter. And our measures put really low weight on those rather troubling components. So yeah, I'm already at the end. So I would like to conclude with the fact, we devised 2 rather simple forward-looking indicators based on this rather simple machine learning approach. This is part of a broader research agenda where we're always trying to redefine macro aggregates such that they satisfy certain criteria. And in this case, it was predictability for inflation, but you can think of many other applications and about a lot of different questions that you can answer, right? And we're having an ongoing project regarding this being maximally predictive when it comes to what can we actually influence as a central bank. And the final destination kind of would be this assemblage vector autoregression, because then you can also put this in a rather structural setting. You can have multiple macroeconomic aggregates that you're trying to assemble, and this would be then the multivariate and dynamic system of this work. So thanks a lot, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
We again have time for a few questions. So is Jean-Paul, maybe? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I think this is fascinating work. So I wanted to understand a little bit better what you meant by out of sample when you compute the weights. And in particular, in the graphs that you were showing us, both for Europe and the US, did you compute the weights using data up to what quarter?
Yeah, so thanks for pointing this out. I mean, I was a bit quick on the setup. This is indeed true. So what we did in the paper is we have a certain set where we train the data on, right? And then we have this out of sample period so that we can test our approach and also evaluate forecasting performance. And what I showed you here is actually estimated up to COVID. And then we take the weights and we apply them to, in this case, the last month was April 2024. And so it's not estimated until the end because, first of all, it's a linear regression, right? You probably we will have to work with dummies or something or with a nonlinear technique. But in fact, what you're doing is, I mean, you always would have to end 1 month before, right? Because you would need to have this 12 steps ahead view or whatever horizon you choose. Then you compute the weights, and then you can use them to get the measure. So in a sense, maybe I should also highlight that this is not a pure forecasting paper. It's really like we use this predictive view to get to this core inflation rate. So it's really about getting the weights, and then you can apply the weights until the end of the sample or whenever you have the data.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have more questions?
Thank you. So my question is a bit of a technical in nature. So I was wondering, you showed us very quickly how you calculate your weights and also the loss functions you use in order to do so. So my question would be if you and your co-authors considered using more of a density measure instead of this point forecast, because this would maybe also be interesting, especially in times when we see this, risk in inflation. So maybe considering density forecasts instead of point forecasts when calculating your loss might be an option, or I don't know if you considered it or looked into it.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So indeed, here we really focus on point forecasting. This is true. I mean, the loss function shows this. We have a quantile extension, in fact. So it's not a density then. It's not a density loss function, but it's a quantile regression, so that we can also focus on the lower and the upper end. So this is what we did, because I think it was also, at the beginning, was also to keep it rather simple, because we wanted it to be communicated quite easily, and I think this is kind of the easiest way to communicate this measure. And also because in the end we care a lot about the point forecast, but obviously we could extend it to a density measure as well. I think that would be possible and would be interesting. For now we have the quantile approach, but yeah, thanks for the suggestion.
Okay, more question? Question online maybe? Okay, so I'm going to ask you the question I've been asking for 6 months now. So for the moment, you are training it on the final vintage of the data, no? And that's when we try to do everything. We have Flash. We don't really have. We have all the revision, especially for PCE. This is quite revised deeply. So could you train also your setup to work better with just earliest vintage or no casting on this kind of analysis? Or do you think that the result would be very different, or do you think they would be very similar? How robust do you think you are to these kind of issues?
Yeah, yeah. So for the Euro area, I mean, we don't have that because the HICP does not get revised, or not like usually there are no really large revisions. But for the US, yes, we tested it after your comment, in fact, and it changes it a bit, yes, because. But in fact, so the main story remains. We still get low weight on energy and food components. We get higher weight on services. But yes, it changes a bit. Yeah, so I think my answer would be that the story remains, which is good, which is nice. It's like a robustness check, but indeed it's true. And I think the problem that we also have is that we kind of always need to wait for the subcomponents, which are published later, right? So when we get the flash estimate, it does not really help us at that point, because we would also need the subcomponents. Yeah.
Okay. More questions? I think we can even close the session in advance. So thank you very much. And thanks all the presenters for being on time. Now we have some concluding remark by the governor.
Thanks again. That was again a great fascinating panel. And it's for me now up to make the closure of this conference. Everything, even the best conference, find an end. And this, or the fascinating conference that tries to address the challenges which await central bank across not only the euro area and beyond, and to work out what can be done in order to address them. And we started out with a great keynote speech by Senazos Avenides, who I think was very convincing to say that the way how we currently do monetary policy assessments is a bit rough, because we use the nominal rate in order to assess where we are. And he proposed a number of shortcuts which allow us a better understanding, a number of ideas how to better allow us to assess monetary policy. And I have to say I was deeply impressed by how much, how to say, we could learn if and as we used his proposal in our, where's Maria? It's over there. So my idea is just to warn you that we go over it and have a look how much we can bring to the discussion, perhaps at the council there, in order to increase some of the discussions. Thanks. Yes, that's after this. Yes, sir. Great. Thank you. So thanks. The second part is then we had a discussion about CBDC. I think it will be an ongoing discussion over the next couple of years or more. It's the question, what does it bring for central banks? How much should we get engaged? And because it has bearing on, as we have seen, on our financing, but also our capacity to deliver. And so this is one of the many panels we can expect in the future. Then we had the dinner speech by Rosa Lastra, who made clear that if and as we do monetary policy, how to say, and we come into new areas, we have to be careful not to overstep our mandate, and how to say that we have to be open to discussion, but always come back and say, is this really still our mandate, and do we have the authority to do so? The academic sessions, I won't be able to summarize in a few words. I have to say I was always fascinated by the drive with which, like on this one, you brought forward your proposals. It was really good to see. And I think this mixture of academic sessions where your paper present and also then the policy sessions where the policy issues are stressed. I think it's a very good, healthy part because we can mutually learn from each other and improve our assessment. And in my own panel, which dealt with the issue of rising perhaps fiscal financing issues of central banks, I think this was also one of the many we'll have in the future, because from what I get out, I have to say I was not so convinced by some of the assessments that we really have this kind of possibility to neglect the issue, and first of all because it does not really exist, and B, if it exists we can ignore it. I think this is something which will occupy in the future. And then my colleague François de Villeroy-Gallo, he gave a very interesting and insightful speech, particular, how to say, the second part, and where he tried to state, yes, how to say, we have our policy, monetary policy we have to focus on, but also we have to have, how to say, one view on fiscal policy, albeit we should not really get into the details. And I found this conclusions pretty insightful, that also the way he did it in his letter to the president, saying, you know, there's a fiscal issue looming there, outlining it without saying how to address it. And that is something I think which is also important for all of our countries. I think fiscal issues will be the critical question over the next couple of years and perhaps decades, because with the many challenging topics we have in front, and our job will be, on the one hand, to make sure that we are not too much impacting our monetary policy, if at all. On the other hand, to encourage the governments to do something without really, how to say, getting involved. And the before last panel, I won't summarize the last one, I'm sure you will recall it, was about monetary policy in the polycrisis, which for me, I followed it on the screen, was a kind of optimistic notion there. Yes, to say we have a polycrisis, but at the end of the day, we seem to have all the instruments in order to address it. So I think it was a very intensive 2 days. I think we had great presentations, and we can go home enriched and hopefully encouraged to say that we are on a good way in order to support monetary policy, theoretically and policy-wise. And this leads me to my last part, which is always the big thanks. Such a conference like this starts out early, requires a lot of work by many people there. And I clearly want to thank, the team of the OeNB, which is here. Of course, the panelists, these ones and the other ones. And of course also the SUERF group, which here with Ernesto, where is he? Oh yes, he's over there, just behind me. And for his intellectual guidance he gave, the great collaboration with Maria and our team. And of course then the support team behind which the event management, which made everything possible, including that we had these great 2 lunches, we had the dinner yesterday, and with all the preparation which was needed there. Just to end, of course, all what has been said and delivered here will be on our website, and you can see it there, download it. And a promise I make, and the name of the team is, we'll make sure that the next year's conference will be as fascinating as these ones, and I hope you will be able to join us for next year. So give the team who was responsible for that a great applause. Thank you.
Thank you.